all these different places you can go live to. So you have to click the right one.
I think you're live now, aren't you?
Yep. It should be live now.
Next, I'm going over to that screen. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you're live. What's up, Brenda? Oh, yeah, Port Charlotte, man. That storm surge is starting to come in now.
Is it?
Yeah, you see on the bottom part of the screen right there?
Yep.
Well, where that tropical storm warning just popped over it. But
Getting
yeah, it's that,
slammed.
that far right camera. See it's starting to come in. What's up, Jody?
Yeah, okay. We should be all good to go now. Hey, Jody. Brenda.
Oh, yeah, they're saying they confirmed a tornado in Palm Beach on the ground right now.
On the ground right now? Wow.
Yep. There's been quite a few of them. They've had, I've been watching Ryan's channel for the last 2 hours, and in about 2 or 3 hour period, they've had over 100 warnings go out for tornadoes. It's been crazy. And this is not hitting the coast as a 3. It looks like it's hitting it as a 4. It went from a 4 to a 3, and it's ramping back up to a 4 right before it hits. It's been pretty damn rainy here, Brenda, and just we've been under a lot of tornado warnings in my area. We had a couple of them that were pretty close to us, but
How's the wind been at your house?
the wind's not been too bad. But like I said, we did have a couple tornadoes that were within a 15, 20 mile area of us that were moving fairly quickly. There were some of them were moving at 20, 25 mile an hour,
Yeah.
which is pretty fast. Um, yeah, and then like Brenda said, there's been, or Edward, yeah, there's been about 10 tornadoes already. That's actually a touchdown. And like I said, there's one on the ground right now in Palm Beach. It's been spotted by his storms, by some storm spotters. So I like his channel, Brenda, because he just constantly is updating. Where you watch like the Weather Channel and shit, and it's just constant commercials, and they focus too much on, like earlier we were watching. I was scrolling through some of the weather channels, like the news, like the major news channels, and all they were covering was the storm surge. They weren't covering any of the tornadoes, nothing. Where Ryan's been covering everything. He's been going back and forth, covering the storm surge, and he's been jumping into the tornadoes, and he goes to whatever the most immediate threat is. That's what I've noticed. But everybody has their favorite, I guess, meteorologists they like to watch. Yeah, we did. We got a couple real close to us, within a 15, 20 mile radius of us. And then earlier we had one that was heading up towards us and they weren't sure if it was going to be in our area or a couple of towns over. It ended up being a little bit farther east from us. So, what's up, Laura? Man, this and but they said this hurricane has sprouted more. Like this has been like a unprecedented for the amount of tornadoes that have been popping out of this thing. And apparently, with the new update, like I said, it should hit as a 4 on the coast, and it shifted a little bit more north, so the eye is going to end up being over us now again, from what I can tell so far. I don't watch my hubby updates. What? I don't know what you mean by that, Brenda. And which was crazy because the center of the storm was originally about 22 miles north of us. Then it was over top of us, and then it dropped down to about 20, 25 miles south of us. And then everybody, all these meteorologists, oh, it won't go back north. And the chances of it going back north are slim to none. Then last night it moved a little bit north again. Now it moved again, shifted again. And it's coming in a lot faster too. They're expecting it to be here 3 or 4 hours earlier than it was originally expected. So storm sped up. Oh, your husband. Okay. That's what I thought you meant, but I wasn't exactly sure. She gets her hubby updates from her husband. Now we have a little bit of flooding in our backyard. So since the front yard's not flooded because it's on a hill and all the water's running downhill into the road, we haven't had any issues up there. So I took the sandbags we had up front, moved them to the back, and sandbagged the back porch. So, but it seems to be holding so far. So,
So far, so good, huh?
yeah, because I'm worried about the back door. If it crests over those sandbags, we're going to be screwed. But it seems to be staying about 4 or 5 inches lower than the sandbags. So it hasn't risen up at all. So apparently TJ fled south too, from what Dusty was telling me. I guess he fled a little bit farther south. But no, they had tornadoes over in Bill's area in Port St. Lucie. They had a I don't know if any touchdown in the populated area, in the real urban area, but I know that they had one right before St. Lucie, supposedly touchdown. Um, Last I heard, the cell that was causing the tornado made it up over it, but I'm not sure. Problem is there were so many damn warnings coming in. Even Ryan was having trouble trying to keep up with them. It was just insane. It was one after another. um, Not since we've lived here. I've never seen it flood like that, Edward. Um, no, I'll be safe, Laura. Thank you, though. I'll keep you updated, like I said, as much as I can. As long as we don't lose power or communications, I'll keep you updated. So, yeah, Brenda's only had about an inch and a half or so. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's pretty manageable. Most places in Florida. So I've been going on the back porch every little bit, about every 20 minutes, just checking on it, making sure. Yeah, and that's the thing is the rest. Oh, look at this, Paul. See that tornado?
Oh, yeah. That's a brute.
Yeah, man. And they were fast too. He showed one earlier going across a major highway, and that thing was hauling ass. Like it was moving quick.
Wow.
Well, luckily, Edward, it's kind of small where it's collecting. The rest of the yard, it's draining down into the road out front. It's just the one part in the backyard. So it's not like the entire yard is completely underwater. It's just one part of the yard. But it seems to be holding now. I think because I have a feeling it hasn't rose, even though it keeps raining, it hasn't rose up above where it stopped at. So what I'm thinking it's doing is it's cresting high enough over on the other side that whenever it gets to a certain point, it is draining down. So it's keeping it at bay to a certain extent. But the rest of the porch seems to be holding around the edges. So there nothing else I can really do at this point. I mean, I sandbagged what I could, so it seems to be holding for right now. Yeah, true that, Brenda. Yeah, 10 inches ain't no joke. That can be a little much. Like I said, it is just one part of the yard, though. It seems I've looked through the fence in the neighbors' yards, and they don't seem to have any pooling going on. So I think it's just that one part of our yard. But like I said, on the one side that goes out towards the side of the house, I think it's cresting over and then running down the hill over that way. I'm gonna have to figure out what's causing it to pool up and see if we can't do some kind of drainage. Figure out how we can get it to get some drainage to the front of the house for it. I don't know what to do on that, but maybe run some pipes or something. I have no fucking clue. We'll have to figure out what's causing. Oh, that looks nasty.
Yeah, that tornado is down by Port St. Lucie.
Yeah, there's actually one on the ground in Palm Beach right now. Confirmed on the ground. There's already been 10 of them on the ground so far.
Yeah,
And over,
this band is nasty that's coming up the
oh
coast
yeah,
on our side.
they said so far in the last 3 hours alone, he's had over 100 tornado warnings come in on his channel from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, no
And
doubt.
there's been 10 confirmed tornadoes actually touched down. Two of them were very close to us too.
Hey, Justin, you and Rob can handle it for a few minutes. I'm gonna go down and shoot a ship.
What? What?
Hey, if you come down here, you can shoot a hurricane. Although controlling the drone might be a little hard, but
I want to sneak out of here on Mia.
I
She's in
think
the
Tampa
backyard.
Bay's in trouble, Justin.
Oh God, yeah, no doubt.
The center is north of where it was supposed to really start turning east. So if you ask me, it's going to be north and go more into Tampa Bay. Looking at the radar right now. Oh, this is what I was gonna show. Here you go.
That's just coming in from the rain coming.
So notice the path. And notice where the center is. So this thing should have already started tracking a bit to the east. And it's a little bit north of what their path is. Which means if it goes into the bay, holy fuck. The north side of the bay, downtown Tampa, the backside of Clearwater and St. Pete that are butted up against the bay. All that water is going to get shoved up in there, and the winds are going to keep shoving it up in there and keep it trapped.
Well, yeah, and then they said it was going to come in as a 3, and it just ramped up to a 4 again.
No, I just got the notification that it was a 3.
Oh, because on Ryan's channel, it's showing a 4 right on the coast. Well, maybe that's the update for maybe that's what they're talking about for later then.
Maybe. I got the update off the National Hurricane Center update. So, in fact, the 5 p.m. has it at 120. So it's 10 mile an hour below a Cat 4. Cat 4 is at 130. So it's down
I don't
another
know.
5. So it's down another 5 mile an hour from when I got the notification about 10 minutes ago.
I mean, I don't even know at this point, dude. This storm, every time they think it does something, it does the opposite of what they say. Because look how many times they said, oh, it's going to ramp down to a 4 and then it will come in and then boom, it ramped back up to a 5 and then back down to a 4, back up to a 5. Like every time it did that, they were like, oh, no, it's not going to get that. And then look what they said about it not being able to come back north. And it just shifted back up towards me.
Oh,
they know.
it really shifted up towards you. What
Yeah,
part of
it's coming
Lakeland you in? The south side or the north side?
No, I'm in Winter Haven. I'm right south of Lakeland. It's going to come right over top of us.
It's gonna come right over top of you.
Yeah, remember see before
Probably
yesterday.
probably as a 3. Yeah. No, I know. I trust me. I know every path for the last 2 days where they've had it.
Right, because it was 22 miles north of us, then it came over us, and then it went about 20, 30 miles south of us,
South
and
of us.
now it's back over me again. That's
And
why I
it
said
was
that.
south, and it was south of the last one was south of Sarasota through Melbourne, and now it's back up through Cocoa.
Yeah, dude, I think
They
the
moved it.
storm
They
is
definitely
just,
moved it like 20 miles north at least.
and I think the storm is just so wild and unprecedented. I don't think that they're. It doesn't seem like any of them are really super accurate on it. Like
Again, it's
even
that
Ryan.
part of it is that low pressure to the north and sort of where it feels that as to when it's going to turn. But it definitely doesn't seem like it's moving that far east yet. Let me go back and look.
And they
Would they
said it's coming in,
show? They still
and
showed it northeast
it's
movement.
supposed to be hitting earlier now because it's sped up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is wild. And they said earlier they were talking about how this storm is unprecedented for the amount of tornadoes it's sprouted out so far. That's one thing that's blowing their mind.
Yeah, I think it was Maria, Irma, one of those. Man, spawned a ton of tornadoes on our side when it went through. That's the one that went between Tampa and you.
Luckily, we haven't had anything crazy, but we also haven't felt the full blunt of it yet. So,
Well, if that path holds anywhere near true, you're going to get to experience what a Cat 3 looks like.
yep.
Hopefully, you don't have any trees that can fall into place.
Yeah, there's one tree next to the house that's very concerning.
What direction? What direction is the tree from the house? North, south, east, west.
It is. Hold on a sec.
Because right now it would be, if it fell over, it'd fall to the north, given the wind directions.
Hold on a sec.
So the question is, which direction is the bad direction for you?
So the tree is on the west side of the house.
Okay, so right now you'd be okay because it'd have to fall east. And the other way it's probably going to fall east is after the storm has passed, before you get winds from that direction.
Yeah, because the front of the house is south, the back of the house is north.
Right
Tree
now
is
it
on the
would push
west
the
side.
right now it would push the tree northwest, given the winds.
Well, it's
So,
actually leaning more towards the neighbor's house. I just hope it doesn't fall and hit anybody's house, but
well,
I did,
yeah.
but it is leaning more towards the neighbor's house, but it's fucking huge. It's one of those big ass trees.
Well, hopefully its roots are deep enough that, but is it an oak? It's a hardwood tree.
Uh, honestly, I don't know trees well enough to tell you what kind of tree it is, to be honest.
Anyways, it's a hardwood tree. It's not a palm tree.
No. If it was a
Which means
palm
it's
tree, I wouldn't be so worried about it because those
which means
usually can
its
catch.
roots are pretty shallow. And with all this freaking rain soaking the ground, yeah, it could fall over simply from rain, let alone wind pushing it.
Yeah, if it was a palm tree, I wouldn't be even. I would. My concern would be super low because
Yeah.
those can take a fucking beating in the wind.
How much you want to bet this one goes on shore at Clearwater?
Yeah, I just talked to him about an hour ago. He said there's a lot of flooding in his area and he's concerned about his house, but he hasn't had nothing immediate to his house last time I heard. So
Who's that?
I've been Dusty,
Uh,
East Coast. I've been messaging him on text messaging instead of Messenger because I have a better chance of keeping in touch with him through the mobile
what?
network than I do.
Wonder where Dobo is.
He's in Tampa. He stayed
I
behind.
know where he is. I know where he is. He's north of Tampa. I know where he lives, roughly.
Oh, I thought you were
He
asking, did
lives
he
there.
leave?
He lives there at Hernando because he flies that stupid water tower. So, and he lives right there in that area. So I know where he is, just north of Tampa. But so he's at least not island side. But even in that area, this is going to be pretty damn bumpy.
I don't know how well his house. Hopefully his house is well built.
Hopefully he's not in one of the low spots.
Donald's palm trees are technically grass. They're not trees.
But their roots grow down. Where
Well,
the
and they're
hardwoods, the roots grow sideways. They spread, which is not great when your roots are in the sand. You need it to go down deep.
well, you've seen palm trees in tons of hurricane videos, man. Those things will
There'll be
bend
no
all the way to
freaking
the ground.
there'll be no freaking fronds left. And there'll be the queen palms will still be standing there after everything else is completely wiped out and the palm tree is still there. Yep.
Yeah, I've seen them where they've damn near bent in a U shape to the ground and didn't
Yep.
even break.
Yep.
Yeah, they're fucking tough.
They are, when it comes to hurricanes, they're fucking tough. Exactly. Hmm. It seems like this thing's gonna go north of where they thought it was.
Maybe they should start building telephone poles out of palm trees.
Maybe we should just bury everything.
Oh yeah, I've been saying that forever. I think it's stupid. Yeah,
I don't
let's
know why. I don't know why we keep hanging them back up on poles. Hey, bring the
yeah,
conduit in, run it through the conduit, and let's never have to worry about having to trim the trees every year.
that's like on 27. They had over 300 poles go down during Irma, like 200 or 300 poles all in a big line down 27. And instead of burying it while they had the chance, what did they do? They spent all that time putting poles back up
Mm-hmm.
and then putting it back up on the poles. And it's like, yeah, I don't think that's stupid.
Yeah, especially down here, it's fucking stupid. It's like just bury it. That's why every new housing development, then there's nothing above ground. Not
Yeah.
not
Oh,
a
yeah.
damn thing.
Evolutionary speaking, palm trees are grass.
Not disputing you on that because I don't even know. Never heard that.
Yep.
Like I said though, in high winds though, they're a very tough tree.
Well,
The
yes.
queen
that-
palm, the queen palms, not the tall palms. The tall palms will snap off. That's what happened in my neighborhood. All of them that are 35, 40 feet tall with the little prickly crap at the top, every damn one of those snapped off at 25 feet up
Then we'll
in
get
my
into
neighborhood during Matthew.
then we'll get into like the kung fu TV show type lesson, like which is stronger, the oak tree that resists the winds and breaks, or the willow that bends with the wind and lives.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So I got my Noah radio on.
That is a question for you, grasshopper.
Oh fuck. Oh shit. That's that one that's right on the coast right now. Tornado warning near Patrick Air Force Base, right there by Canaveral.
What's up, Getchy? Yeah, I've never. I'm not even sure what palm trees are in my yard, but one of
Not-
them's very short. It's not very tall. It's maybe 10, 12 feet tall at its highest point. So I think that one will be fine. That's probably not going to go anywhere.
I don't know if I could help answer that question for you, Justin. Give it a couple of days and I'll answer it. There'll be none.
Sarah's mom comes out, is like, I want to take this piece of fencing down after the storm. I said, well, it's probably all going to be gone. And so you won't have to worry about that.
Yep, it'll take itself down.
Yeah, exactly. I told her, I said, you realize the storm shifted back north. She goes, what? See, she's just so oblivious. She doesn't pay attention to shit. I was like, yeah, we're gonna be all sharing a backyard with the next 30 houses here after tomorrow.
Are you guys
I'm sharing a
expecting?
swimming pool with them as well?
Justin, are you guys expecting a bad hit?
Yeah, the eye has now shifted back over top of us as far as the current track is. Yeah, it came all the way back north, right up back over top.
I
of
think
us
it's gonna go north of that. Hell, it could come through my area. The way that thing's acting.
The whole
Yeah,
family's
it's a. Do what?
the whole family's home.
Yeah. But
Well,
so far, there's been over 100 tornado warnings and 10 confirmed on the ground that I
Yeah.
know of.
I've seen quite a few of the tornado reports. Well, regardless, hunker down, stay safe. And that is the end of my seriousness.
I see you. Hi, Don.
How about it was so bad, Donald. Ryan Hall was trying to cover all the tornado warnings, and they were coming in so fast, dude. He was having trouble keeping up with them. They were
Sound
just
like an
one after
auctioneer?
another. That was pretty much the speed he was trying to go at.
He was trying to go at 60 miles an hour.
Dude, at one point, he had over 340,000 people watching his live stream. I was like, holy fuck.
Earlier, I saw 250. I was like, holy shit.
And he set his hurricane relief goal fund to 150,000, and he's already at like 90-some thousand dollars raised.
Rod, what's the good word down there?
There's a tornado at Cape Canaveral coming up the shoot. There's a band coming up the coastline towards me.
Is it near the launch pad area?
They said it was near Patrick Air Force Base, which is like, well, right next to Cape Canaveral.
Okay.
So Merritt Island,
And how far is that from you?
50 miles.
Okay,
Now,
so about an hour.
if they
But that
store,
band is rotating north, so
Yeah.
I'm assuming wherever they store the rockets, probably in like a hardened bunker type
yeah.
storage thing, right?
That's
I'm
UA
assuming.
the assembly vehicle building is built for Cat 3 plus.
Well, this is the edge of Cat 4. This is Cat 4.
Yeah, well, by the time it gets over to that side, it's gonna be a Cat 1. And
Yeah.
these bands that are going through are not Cat 1s. They're tropical storm force winds. So
I've heard at least 10 confirmed touchdown tornadoes.
Yeah.
Gonna be an interesting conversation
TJ.
on Friday.
What's
So,
the good
TJ
word?
Fucking rocket on this launch pad the other day. Where's it gone?
TJ, did you go farther south? That's what Dusty told me earlier.
Said what?
Did you end up going farther south?
No, we stayed here. I just put up the shut. I just closed the shutters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because Dusty said something
you're
about
fine
you
in
were
your
planning on
you're
leaving.
fine in your area. man.
What?
Yeah.
You get the same thing I'm gonna get. The outer bands.
Yeah. See,
Except I'm gonna get
Out
more of the
near-
outer bands.
Justin, are you near Winter Haven by chance?
I live in Winter Haven.
He's in it.
Well, did you see the tornado alerts for Winter Haven?
Yeah, I've been watching them. There hasn't been anything in a little while, but unless they've
Well,
recently
earlier there
updated
was
a lot.
one that was almost on top of you.
Yeah, that one ended up going a little bit farther east around us. So
Well,
that's the last I heard.
Well, my cousin's about 40 minutes west of you. Lakeland.
So this one is small. This one is less than Matthew. When Matthew went by me, it was Cat 4 offshore, but it was literally only like 5 miles offshore.
Isn't Uncle Bill in St. Lucia?
Yeah,
He
he's
is,
in
Lucy,
yeah, Uncle Bill's in St. Lucie, yeah.
but he doesn't live at the airport, which is where they had a tornado.
Yeah.
He said that they had a tornado, but other than that, he doesn't expect it to be much.
it's starting
Yeah,
to clear
when
out
I-
of
when
his
I
area
was-
a little bit.
When I was at work earlier, the lights kind of like flickered off and on, so a little bit.
I think that means that the grid is struggling.
He said it wouldn't be a big deal because he's on the east side, and I'm like, well, people in Carolina thought that they were far enough inland too. So
Well,
Most of the rain in this case is on the north side, so he's not
Uh,
wrong in this
as
case.
far as I know,
Might be-
this is the first hurricane to hit North Carolina in the mountains.
Oh, it wasn't so much a hurricane when it hit him. It was more of just a
it
lot
was
of
just
rain.
rain. It was just tropical
Yeah.
storm and a lot of rain and a lot of rain and a lot of rain. It doesn't matter.
Right.
I want all you guys down there in the path to stay safe, even if it's not a category 5 or category 10 or whatever. Don't if it's a category 1, be safe.
Right,
Let's just
right.
say the tornadoes can do some damage if it happens to be
Oh yeah.
on your house.
Tornadoes.
So
Yep.
you don't have to be in the path of this thing to end up with some problems.
Uh,
so
Nope.
If
storm
anyone
bands-
has Spectrum, just know that they're working on it.
Yeah, those storm bands are spinning up tornadoes all over the place, and you all are in the target.
yeah, from
It
Port
Rod,
St. Lucie all the way through Jacksonville.
what is it supposed to hit
So
like
most
2 in the
of-
morning
most-
or what?
Most of the panhandle.
No,
It was
I just-
supposed to
I-
hit about 11 o'clock tonight, but it looks like it's going to be earlier than that when it actually comes on shore.
I want everybody except
what-
for TJ to be safe. TJ can do whatever the hell he wants.
Yesterday it wasn't going to be on my side until probably early morning tomorrow. Now it looks like it's back to the original timeline where it's going to be like 2, 3 a.m. in the morning when it goes by my neck of the woods.
That's what time it reckons.
No, I just put anything that could blow away like inside the garage, and I put my car in there, and then after I got home, I just kind of put some stuff in the garage along with my
DJ,
car.
you're in the loop.
Close
Aren't
my
you, aren't you at your dining room table?
What?
Aren't you at your dining room table?
Yeah.
All right,
You
now
should
we
be in
got
the
a
garage,
tornado.
because you could blow away.
There's
I
a
could
tornado
blow-
confirmed in Indian River on the
Well,
ground right now too.
how could I blow away,
Oh,
David?
not surprised.
If I'm sitting inside, how could I blow away?
No, because if it's a tornado, it can blow a lot of your house away.
See,
Don't go underneath the dining room table. Go to an interior room without an exterior wall. If you have an interior room that doesn't have any exterior walls, that's where you want to go.
usually it's
They
a
have 'em-
bathroom or a
They have
closet.
another one. They have another confirmed tornado in Martin, Florida. It's two more in just the last. Those are actually on the ground.
Yeah, it's gonna be freaking all over.
They said
Why
this.
does
Yeah,
it-
This is.
see,
On this map thing, why does it look like somebody's shining a flashlight?
about 3 or 3:30, there were at least 4 tornado warnings on top of Uncle Bill.
Because that's the path of the hurricane, TJ.
No, but like everyone.
Oh, I'm still sharing. I forgot I'm still sharing.
TJ,
Yeah.
TJ projected path.
Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha. It just,
Yeah.
maybe that's just like lightning occurring or something. Maybe that's just lightning. I don't know.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, that's lightning. Yeah, that's lightning.
How
Where-
are
where-
they? Are they
I have the lightning
predicting
tag
bands to
on.
hit Columbia?
Wind searches clouds out. I have the lightning turned on. Oh, there's not even an option for lightning. So I don't. Oh, there it is up here. Yeah, I have the
Brad,
lightning turned on.
Are they
There.
are they predicting bands to hit Columbia?
I
I see blue on the map.
What
Up
weather app
near
are you
Columbia.
there?
Flooding,
Near the top.
flooding left over from the last hurricane.
Okay. I was gonna say,
So, and now here's the other part of all of this. In about 4 or 5 days, there's going to be another emergency.
Coming up from the south.
Port Charlotte,
Saint-
man. Oh my God, that water's coming in now.
The St. Johns River runs north. All this water is going to end. Most of this water is going to end up in the St. Johns River basin, and
Flooding all along.
flooding all along the St. Johns from
What's that
D-Land to Astor, all the way up
Uh,
to a couple of years ago. Jacksonville got within 2 feet of having to come over their flood wall. 2 feet.
What is that weather app?
don't look at the TV right now, Red.
That is something that
President's on.
Rod's sharing. I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
no,
you
I
can go
thought-
back to yours.
Rod,
No.
what
I
is-
just.
what
Brenda
is
was
the weather
asking.
app you are using?
What app? It's called My
Yeah.
Radar. My
My
Radar.
I was
There's
curious
a-
because I
there's-
liked it and I was wanting to look it up.
It's a great
There's
app.
a-
I love it. I've used it
and I'm
for
like-
I've used it for years.
I'm like,
There's
tell me.
another one.
Tell me.
It's called Weather
Oh.
Zoom or Zoom Weather or something like that. I think it's like
Nah,
Zoom
just
Weather.
get My
It-
Radar. Just get My Radar. It's simple and it
It-
works.
Edward, I heard Naples is gonna flood.
Nipples.
Naples.
Nipples.
Do you have a link for that, Edward?
So they have an Android app and a Windows app, Don. I don't know whether they have an Apple app. I would
All right.
presume so.
If they don't, then screw them.
I'd agree
But-
with that.
I'm sure they probably do. So, but it's My Radar and no space.
What's up,
All
Corey?
one word.
I'm looking it up right
my,
now.
my radar, one word, no spaces.
Love the app. It's great.
It looked pretty cool.
Wait, is it free?
Yes.
Zoom Earth is really good
Okay.
too. That's another good
It
one.
is free. Although
Okay.
if you want to pay a subscription, they'll give you even more details on hurricane crap, which I don't need.
A premium model too.
Yeah.
My radar weather. There it is.
There you go.
Right, I've looked it up.
This is one I use too, Zoom Earth.
Click.
This is a
Yeah,
really good one
that's
as
the one
well.
I was talking about. Zoom Earth. That's what I was talking about.
Ooh.
That's the one that Uncle Bill uses.
Yeah, this one it's got like measuring
Let me
distance and
see.
all kinds of shit.
Now you got me curious. Is
This
it
one's
available
pretty cool.
on
I like
Zoom?
Zoom Earth.
You know what the problem is with crap like that? Doesn't work so well on a mobile small screen.
Mm.
When you have
Yeah.
a big screen, then all those extra little features are kind of cool. But when you're on a little teeny tiny screen trying to use your damn fingers to do point and click and move, and no, it
But I'm-
doesn't work as well. Just use my radar; it's fine.
There you go,
Simplistic
Naples,
works.
Florida.
Simplistic, it works great.
Holy shit.
Yeah, look at Naples, Florida.
Nipples.
Wow. Nipples. Nipples.
Yeah,
Hey,
increase the nipples.
there is a My Radar on the App Store.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
did. I'm messing with it right now.
There you go.
Wow, that's pretty wild and crazy.
It'll send you weather notifications too for
Yeah.
shit in your area.
So how accurate would you say it is, Rod?
Very,
This will all be gone by
very
morning.
dabbed accurate.
Because I heard there's another one coming soon. Her name is Nadine.
Thanks, Rod.
Oh shit.
You're welcome, Don. Like I said, I've used that app for years. Part of the reason I was using it is because when I was business travel, I needed to see what was going on at the airports that I was going to.
There
Well-
used to be one called Dark Sky that was accurate to the minute.
Oh,
Yeah, this
But
thing, from a radar perspective, it's probably 5 minutes, maybe. But
the one that one that I use in Australia is 5 minutes.
5 minutes is plenty. You know the thing's in the area. It's okay. You don't need it to the second.
No.
That's not its purpose. Okay, this thing's in the neighborhood. Okay, time to go hide.
Yeah.
The St. Lucy's tornado warning is going to expire in the next 20 minutes, hopefully. So
I don't have any rain in the foreseeable forecast for me.
Mark, how you doing,
It has
Mark?
been so dry.
Climb on
Okay.
up, Mark.
Windy here.
And I
Join the
use the
herd.
high def setting, Don.
Hey,
It looks
Mark,
kind of
come
cool.
on up and join the hurricane party.
Yep.
Here.
The name, Andrew, you're wrong. The name is Milton, so it's a hurricane.
The next one coming, I heard, is Nadine.
Nadine will be a hurricane, but Milton is a hurricane.
Hurricane?
Yeah, hurricanes and hurricanes.
At 3:20 p.m. Eastern
Oh.
Daylight Time, Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the board.
Well, our cyclone season is just about to start. So
Well, I'm going to apologize to all you people in Florida for predicting this.
yeah.
Getting it spot on. And
Where did Paul go? Did he go
Yeah.
to fly a ship or something?
yeah,
probably. And
Yeah.
I want you all in a couple of weeks to think about the UK because apparently this is going to bring snow to the UK. And you know what that means?
awesome.
One snowflake.
So
Uh,
what
We're going
happened
on
with
lockdown.
Kirk?
Okay,
What happened with Kirk? Did it go
He went
through?
over last night.
Kirk turned and
Oh.
went toward the UK.
Yeah, it came over us last night.
Oh, great.
So,
Are you?
how much
are you-
damage did it end up doing?
There's more wind in Laura's fort than there were in Kirk. Ow.
yeah, it was just a regular. It wasn't even that big of a storm by the time I got to them.
Forgot Laura was behind me.
I don't know if there's been a Hurricane Justin.
What?
It was a minor
I'm saying
occurrence.
I don't know if we have ever had a hurricane named Justin.
I have no idea.
Happens to TV.
I've never looked it up. Shut up.
Did you turn it off?
Hurricane just out. Right, let's do
David, that sounds like an elevation thing for the snow.
Yeah, it's just that it's not. This hurricane's not actually going to hit us, but it's going to go north of us, and when it hits the Arctic air, it will force the air circulation to go the other way, which causes the snowstorms, and we get them every 10 to 16 years.
This is gonna be ugly for Tampa.
And they had a
Yeah.
water spout over on Lake Okeechobee too.
Oh, I heard about that. Did that make
This thing is definitely north of their path, which means
Justin,
it's going in
did that
St.
make
Pete or
landfall?
Clearwater.
What
Right.
about
I don't think it did.
Andrew,
comes a
let me answer
tornado?
a question for you.
Oh, for
There's
fuck's sake,
been
one
no
person at a
Hurricane
time.
Justin yet, although it is in the list of names to be used.
Oh,
There
okay.
has been a Cyclone Justin that hit Australia.
Okay.
Oh.
That was just me trying to get met.
And it was category 2
I was-
hurricane.
I was going to
Well-
say, just to give you a little bit of history. Our worst cyclone was Cyclone Tracy. So, and that's nearly 50. It's a 50th anniversary Christmas Eve, because it was Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and Boxing Day of 1974. So it's a 50th anniversary this year. And it seems as though anybody called Tracy doesn't like that, doesn't like being associated with it. And there's been a sharp decrease in the name Tracy since then.
Yeah. But really, that wasn't a cyclone. That was just England beating you at the Ashes.
Yeah, probably was actually 1974.
Yeah, I think it were.
Next year for
How did they come up with these? How did they come up with these names for like hurricanes? Like, I think maybe we already had this conversation. Maybe I asked this question. I didn't, or maybe it was like somebody else that I was having, and I was like, I don't know.
No, we talked about it the other day.
Oh, is that what it was?
well,
pretty sure.
Art from Art Code Drones is going to love the first name on the list for 2026. Arthur.
Yeah, because they go back and start at the letter A. And they go through all the letters, and
We still have paper plates.
13th. This is the 13th
But
hurricane. So
But
that's
why do they have to name them? Like, why do they all have to have names? Is my thing.
Okay.
They don't.
They name more storms than become hurricanes.
Well, they name it. That I actually read a story about this recently, because cyclone season starts in Australia this week. So I actually read a story about why they name it and how they named it. They originally named it after politicians they didn't like.
Oh.
2029. Dawn.
Yes.
We may have a Hurricane Dawn.
Dawn with a
Hurricane.
dominant, like Dawn for Donald, or Dom
Dawn.
for Dom.
Dawn for Donald.
Yeah. Hurricane Donald.
Well, good, and also TJ, you can't really trust anything Dominic says. He was just talking about some made up holiday called Boxing Day that I guess they made up in Australia.
Yeah.
Boxing
lies
Day is
about all
a very
kinds of shit.
popular holiday. Thank you very much.
Well, see, David and Dominic lie about all kinds of shit.
No,
Yeah.
we get an extra day off at Christmas because we're not skinflints.
Yeah.
We reward our staff with an extra bank holiday.
But I think, and it won't happen this year, but next
Unless
year.
you work at McDonald's.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be great next year, because Christmas is on a Thursday next year. And Thursday, they get a public holiday on the 26th. And then you've got a weekend. So you've got a 4-day weekend and a 3-day week. It's a bit strange.
You guys
isn't
are
it?
about. You guys
Yes,
are as
but
bad
the
as
best-
Spain
the
about not
best
working.
one is when Christmas Day and Boxing Day falls on the Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah,
Then you
that's
get bank holiday Monday, Tuesday, and then you got a couple of days before you get New Year bank holidays.
yeah. It's shit when it happens on a Sunday. I don't
Back in
like
the
it.
80s, you used to close down for a whole week between
Yeah.
Christmas and New Year. You
Yeah,
can't
mate,
do that now.
what happened here because they'd always have because they would have we've got the Boxing Day and that's on the 26th and the 27th. And years ago they would basically take the whole week off and play a one day game at the MCG on the 31st.
So what day do you guys get off for the Triwizard tournament?
I'll check that one out.
Technically, you'll get 3 days off because there's 3 different competitions within the Triwizard tournament.
Okay. Well, then I'm just trying to think when would be good 3 days to take off then.
Let's see. Hold
After-
on.
Well, day after Boxing Day.
Yeah, and then you'd have the 27th, 28th, and 29th.
Yeah, 30th and 31st are the bank holidays anyway. So-
Thank
Yeah.
you, Corey. Oh, I didn't know that, Corey.
Hurricane Paul.
1982.
What?
When did
And I-
they make the 30th and the 31st bank holidays?
Shut up. This is mine and Dominic's plan.
Yeah, well, and the first is the
The first is a bank holiday.
is barbecue day, where everybody puts a shrimp on the barbie.
That's grilling.
On the Bobby. I like
Officially,
shrimp
the
on the
bank
Bobby.
holiday for New Year starts on the 31st at 6 p.m.
It
Yeah.
would definitely look like a shrimp if you tried to barbie it an hour.
Yeah, you really want to grill shrimp. You don't want to barbecue shrimp because barbecue is it would take way too long. Cook the shrimp. You want to go ahead and use a little higher heat, cook directly.
What about Hogmanay? Do you actually get that as a public holiday, or is that only Scotland?
That's
Only
only
Scotland.
Scotland.
I'm sorry, Mark, but there has not been a Hurricane Mark yet.
I don't
Jesus.
care.
Interesting.
Well, actually, this one may be a hurricane mark because I reckon a lot of people will have a lot of skid marks.
So,
Or as we call them over here, we call them skiddies.
Of course you do.
I don't care. It's only going to get down to 5 degrees tonight.
5?
Yeah.
We got it down to 1 tonight.
No, that's tomorrow. It's down to
Wait.
3. It's going to get down to 3 tomorrow night. But it's only
Where's-
going to
Supposed
If-
to be happy.
even
yeah.
get. It's
And we
not going to
start-
get to 5
yeah.
till 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yeah, it's tomorrow night. 3 degrees. Lowest possible temperature, -2.
So when we're coming home tomorrow.
Okay, so you guys are going to be right around freezing.
Yeah, it's going to be cold.
We're
Yeah,
going to be
don't-
getting freezing temperatures next week is when we drop down to freezing. Matt.
Dominic,
Corey, don't-
there was a cyclone in 2009 named Dominic.
I
In
know.
2009. It
Yes.
was a Cat 2.
Corey, don't come in the chat trying to one up Florida with your blizzards up there up north.
I'm glad it's going to be -1 tomorrow night.
But I know someone that had their first and last name as cyclones, and they were in consecutive order.
Oh, whoa.
Yes.
I don't know. Is that good luck or bad luck?
I don't know, but I remember telling her, I'm thinking, because I saw it, they had the name of the cyclone, and then they said, well, the next cyclone is, and I sent her the screenshot, and holy shit.
Gitchy, what are they doing out in the ocean trying to surf?
Why not?
Listen,
Because
have
they're
you seen the
fucking
waves?
idiots.
What
Seen
have
the
you
waves? Of
never
course,
seen Point
we're in
Break?
the awesome
Wait,
surfing weather.
There's
Well,
one
good.
thing as trying to
Plain.
get a good surf. There's another thing as just being plain stupid.
2 hours ago, there was people on the beach in Tampa looking for shells.
You can never
Andrew,
go.
have you never seen Point Break? You gotta go where the danger is to get the killer waves.
And find out.
Hi, Gitchy.
Remember,
Wait.
it's only a killer storm if people are stupid enough to get in the way.
Gitchy's
Everybody
watching
clears
live
off.
cams from Florida,
Doesn't
Paul.
get in the way. It's not a killer storm.
And
Gitchy's watching live cams from Florida.
Oh,
We
look
are
at
Watching
these
people get
fucking
knocked over
idiots.
by the waves in Key West.
we're all watching a live cams from Florida.
Everybody is.
Yeah, Justin's there.
Waiting for Justin to blow away.
I'm just
Shut
watching
up.
the chat to see who comes in.
I'm TJ.
Now-
I love it the way you tell her to shut up.
Now, Dominic, you call them cyclones down there?
And what was that?
You got to
call
get
them
it right,
cyclones?
TJ.
Said what,
You call
David?
You call them
Look at
cyclones?
these morons right here. Look at this.
Cyclone.
Not. You guys don't call them psyches?
Yeah.
Psyches.
Little spike?
Upper right. Justin, you mean the upper right?
No, technically, what Australia calls them is the technical scientific term for them.
Yes. Cyclone.
Hurricanes is
Yeah.
not.
Dominic, if you look at
just
Justin's
surprised that
screen, the top
they
right,
use it
that's
instead
the
of just
southernmost
calling-
point in the United States.
Because they rotate the other way. That's why they're called hurricanes, because of the it's actually a
No, you'll stretch it.
hurricane.
In a minute.
I'm just surprised you guys don't say it's blowing a stiffy. It's blowing a stiffy down here or something like that.
It's a hoolie.
Yeah, I know, right?
Probably
It's
You
a
know,
Scottish
everything else is
breeze.
baby talk.
Don,
It's
are you
a-
referring to a stifficane?
Donald, it's called a hoolie.
A hoolie?
Yeah.
Scottish breeze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would the TV go off again? The hell?
Don't be surprised, CJ, if it did.
I know, right?
And likely you're going to have issues throughout the storm.
They-
Distribution boxes are going to be flooded. Cables are going to come apart.
We've actually got
Yeah,
some
these
stuff.
people up here are fucking idiots, though.
Oh yeah, on the live cam there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Right.
let's go
On it.
stand in the storm surge. Let's go stand on the waves and get splashed. Durr.
That's funny.
Oh my God, they're fucking holding the Trump flag out there.
Yeah.
Oh god.
What does that say? Trump what?
It says, I rest my case.
I
I
think
can't
it's,
see what it said in
uh,
red lettering. It says Trump something or another.
I know they're on the southernmost point in the U.S. near Key West.
I can't read that.
If you
You
blow
I
it up,
couldn't
we
read
can
it
read
even
it.
on my 27-inch screen.
I can't blow it up on my iPad.
No, if you
Well, even
make
on my
yourself
27-inch monitor, I couldn't read
no,
what the
I'm
red lettering
saying
said.
if you made yourself big, so you're the only one on the screen, then we could read it.
No, I was just looking
I'm
on my
not the one with the live
27-inch
stream on.
monitor.
What thing is this you're using, Justin? What is this?
Streamlabs. I'm just
Oh, is that
sharing the
what it is?
screen. I'm just using a
Oh.
virtual camera. Share the
Oh.
screen.
Oh, that's just
Mhm.
a list of names on the buoy.
Wait here once more, Rio.
But see, you're gonna get
Oh,
these
it's
fucking
not a
people
sign.
standing there, and some big ass wave's gonna come in, fucking wash that person into that wall and fucking crack their head or something open. Something
But
stupid.
take out
Uh,
to sea.
Paul, do you
Yeah.
think these
Yeah,
guys are
that's
crazy?
possible too.
These bikes are here.
I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist.
I
But
asked your
most,
opinion, do you think they're
most crazy
crazy?
people have a certain percentage of them
Why,
are
what is she
craving
doing?
attention.
What are you talking about? Paul would be out there trying to catch a ship right now.
Yeah.
They'd be like, look, ooh, a Coast Guard cutter rescuing somebody off of a.
And he, then he'd come back in and say,
Send the drone
well,
out. Send the drone out.
Say, Justin,
well, I
any
lost another
word
drone.
from-
I don't know why. I just lost control of it.
have we heard? Have we heard from Mr. iFix yet?
There's actually a young girl doing
He
it.
went north. He's fine. He's
I
up
was
in
gonna say, I haven't-
Jacksonville.
He's in Jacksonville.
Yeah, he's all right.
I know
Dan's
he's
just
in
gonna get the
Tampa.
bands
A
up.
bunch of Justin.
He'll be all right. Yeah, Dan's just gonna get the outer bands where he's at.
Yeah.
Unless all of a sudden the storm decided to just all of a sudden just take a hard northern track.
Those outer bands are the ones spawning these damn tornadoes.
Yeah.
So-
Are you on about Dan?
Well, I'm saying he's safer
Wasn't
where he's
he-
at than where he was
Daniel.
Yeah.
because he was in
He's gone
Tampa.
north, hasn't he?
Done the fix it, man.
Yeah, Jacksonville.
Right, but he was in
Jacksonville
Tampa, so
is-
he's probably safer where he's at now than he was where he was living.
Uh,
Or where his house
Jackson,
is.
So if a rain band comes off the hurricane and comes through your area, and then a little bit later
like
a
this.
second rain band comes through the same area, is it called a cover band?
Tribute act.
Fucking Donald's been practicing his hurricane dad jokes. Yeah, it's actually not raining at all right now. Stop.
Jacksonville is northeast Florida.
Yeah.
Up near the top.
Right, but he's far enough north now too. He could probably get into Georgia if you wanted to go farther.
Because a friend said they were supposed to get several inches and some wind, and that was about it from this storm in Jacksonville.
I'm going to Jacksonville.
So,
He'll be lucky if he actually has a hotel. As many people as I saw going I-4 to 95 the other day.
Mm.
I saw I-4 the other night, and it looked like a
And,
bloody
uh,
parking lot.
Depends when you set off, doesn't it?
Dude, I-4 is a parking lot when there's
And
not a
keep it-
natural disaster.
And keep in mind, you had the previous hurricane, and you got all those people staying in hotels.
And
So it's
then,
not like there was a lot of hotel space north of us.
and then just after that, I saw I-75, which goes north
Yeah,
to
some-
south.
Sometimes people
was
have to
parking
go a
lot.
state or two over just to find lodging. Because if there's a bad enough natural disaster, so many people like flood into Georgia that their hotels get overran and people would have to go to like South Carolina or, like over
Which
where
all
Joe's
just
at.
got hit. So you need to drive to like Louisiana right now.
Yeah, if
Well, I'm
anybody
just
needs
saying,
a
if
place to
it-
stay, they can stay in my backyard.
Alabama.
Right, I'm saying if it was like if North Carolina and them wouldn't have gotten hit, that's the way people would have to do sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have to keep going north into another state past Georgia just to find lodging.
Because Augusta is still reeling from Helene,
Mm.
which is northern Georgia.
All I know is I'm not going to see Ken for like a year. Place it here.
oh
Why?
yeah.
Excuse me.
Why do you say that?
Probably studied off in his
Because he
car.
works he's a inspector in the insurance industry.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna be busy.
Oh, he's gonna be working.
That last
Oh, yeah.
hurricane, he went from 250 claims to 6,500 claims. I can only imagine how many they're going to have now since this went right through the middle of Florida.
Tell him at some point. Poca said to in chat. I've got a question for him.
That'd be
Ask
an
him
interesting.
if he thinks his company will pull out of certain states homeowners.
Ken
market.
works
Well,
for
I'm sh-
Citizens, which is Florida.
Yeah, and
That'd
I'm
be
sure
cool.
he's not gonna want to come on and start talking about the company he works for neither,
No, ask him if
especially negative
companies
questions.
will leave the homeowner market.
Yeah, but when you're working for a company, unless you own the company, you're not gonna speak for the company,
No.
especially on a live stream.
No, I'm not asking about that company. I'm asking generally.
Well, you know
Well,
what?
that's-
regardless, one would be kind of dumb to go in and talk about the industry that you're in because
Yeah,
you need
unless
to
you're
be
like
employed.
Because there's so many rumors.
But to
right now
answer
of-
to answer your question, there's been 10 or 11 companies that have left Florida
there's
in the
talk
last
that
in the
more,
last year. So
there's
Yeah.
talk several will leave.
a bunch of little ones all basically collapsed in the
Yep.
last year.
There's
So it's
talk
been in the news
several-
all over the place down here.
There's talk several will leave North Carolina after cleanup is done with.
I'm not surprised. When I came down here, State Farm couldn't insure my house because they didn't insure any house in Florida. I didn't get them until later because they bailed out after, I don't know which set of hurricanes down here, but
I mean, heck, I've been gone for over a year now, and I still find it hard to talk bad about the cable industry.
Well, I mean, that could always bite you in the ass too if you wanted to go back into it.
Yep.
You know.
You said cable?
Yeah, I used to work for a cable company.
Were you a tech?
No, I was a videographer.
Nice.
Oh.
We produced local commercials.
Is said company still in business?
Yep.
Nice.
I'm
Yeah,
just
they
not with them.
downsized. Yeah, they
I know.
downsized.
Yeah, that's what a lot of companies have done. Yeah, JD, they do.
Yeah, I was standing out with the leaf blower, figuring I could blow the storm back, but I don't think I'm a big
now
enough
the
batter.
question is, we all need to do something about the insurance companies because this bullshit of them pulling out. Oh, I'm not going to insure you if you never have a claim ever. Then why the fuck do I need you if I'm never going to have a claim? I literally think everybody in the U.S. should drop their insurance and let those companies go under because they're just
So,
fucking screwing us right at the moment. Medical insurance
Yeah,
too. Same way. We all need to drop our medical and our homeowners insurance.
So
Drop
up
it
he-
and let those companies go under because the
So, like,
system
up
is
here-
so screwed.
Up here, several are saying that if like you own apartments or condos, some companies are dropping you because they can't take on more clients. They're dropping people.
Oh, dude, it's been an issue in Florida with homeowners insurance for quite a few years now.
Mr. Fotolino.
And now
This
it's
ain't nothing new.
and now they're all bailing out of California because of wildfires. We're
What's
gonna be
up,
an
Joe?
insurance company, but we're all gonna
No.
insure the ones that we never have to pay on.
They're not going to
J-Rod.
go
It's
out
time
there.
we it's time we the people stomp our fucking foot down.
You can
and
open the
crush their
door.
necks and stop this bullshit.
I don't know, babe.
I second Rod on the bullshit.
Well, the problem is people stopped treating insurance as insurance. Like medical insurance is now more of a medical spending account that you cash in later. It used to be that insurance was for emergencies and you'd pay everything else out of pocket, and then everybody started putting everything on insurance.
Well,
Then the government
a-
wants you to be required to carry insurance. Guess what? Prices are going to go up because doctors can get it. The insurance
Well-
companies will throw it out.
A lot in North Carolina do not have flood insurance, particularly in the mountains.
Well, my house.
Yeah, It's fine. If you get flood insurance, you can get flood insurance in the mountains where it doesn't flood. But if you live in a floodplain, you can't get flood insurance.
Oh, Brenda has a good point there. She said if insurance companies aren't willing to insure your house, then they shouldn't be allowed to do any business.
I would agree.
Exactly.
No vehicles, nothing.
I would agree. We the people have got to stop getting screwed by these fucking big honking companies.
But at the
like
same
this.
time, it's like, what can we do? Because I don't know.
The answer is we can
Uh,
all cancel our policies all at the same time. Can you imagine
but
if
that's-
50 million people canceled their
Oh,
policies, what those companies would
point.
do in
Exactly.
2 days? Look what happened to the shipping industry with shutting down all those ports. In 2
Hmm.
days, there was a fucking solution. I guarantee you, if everybody
Yeah,
in the
but
US
that's not-
fucking
I
canceled their
That
insurance
was the
all at
Yeah,
the same
Rod.
time, I guarantee you the insurance companies
Yeah,
would
but
be
that's
coming
not a
back with
realistic
solution,
Rod?
better
thing,
solution.
though.
The solution that would be
was-
implemented would be that the government would step in and require everybody to carry insurance.
that was the long.
Well, that's what
short
I'm saying is because to get 50 million people to do that is kind of unrealistic. I get your point, but it's like we've got to come up with an actual realistic solution. And what can you do?
We need
At
to
that
Yeah,
send a
point.
message to those companies. And the only way you're going to send a message to those companies is take a bite out of their fucking pocket. If you
Hmm.
don't take money out of their pocket, they ain't never going to freaking listen.
Joe's got a Joe has a point there, Rod.
What's that?
Get everyone to agree to that.
Yeah. As many people
Good
are
luck.
mad about insurance right now, I don't think it would be hard to find 10 million people. Can you imagine if 10 million people canceled their insurance? What those companies
Remember,
do?
folks,
Their CEOs would be getting fired tomorrow. I guarantee
remember,
it.
folks, in November, when you get to that ballot box, if you don't want Trump and you don't want Kamala, vote Hot Rod because he fucking means business.
Yes.
You tell him, Hot Rod.
We're fucking getting screwed. The system is screwing the people. What's the point of having freaking health insurance with a $6,000 or $7,000 or $8,000 deductible? Great. So as long as you don't go into as long as you don't end up in the hospital, you're basically paying everything out of your own damn pocket anyway. So why have the insurance? Why force people to actually pay for insurance? It's not actually going to do them any good in the first place.
Dre has a good point there, Rod.
Hi, Dre.
In the chat.
I'm not reading the chat because I'm watching all this other stuff. What's the point of
He's all right. He's on the panel. Here he is.
$7,000 or $8,000.
I don't have insurance with a deductible. Mine is non-deductible.
But the
I've been
way
in the hospital 4 times in the last 6 months. I've been to the doctor 12 times, and all my prescriptions, everything's paid for.
Medicaid.
But the way
No,
the
Blue Care.
Blue Care.
No, the way the insurance companies are working is not actually working.
So, you know,
Always for the consumer.
There's a doctor in Nebraska, I think it was.
Kansas, the guy who is doing a
community
concierge type thing where basically you pay one fee and you get to come in for a certain number of healthcare.
But everybody in the community is doing it.
Yeah, it's
They're
called a
basically-
medical pool.
Yeah.
Paul, Blue Cross Blue Shield is normally who does Medicare and Medicaid.
They should
They're the
do
ones
that.
that get
The
supplemented by the government.
But what you guys are missing on the regular building insurance, stuff like that, the one thing normally, if your house, a pipe breaks in your house, insurance company covers that if you have water damage. If you have a fire within your house, insurance company cover that. Is what people miss out. It's in the rider of the documentation. Is acts of God is what insurance company don't want to pay for, and that's what's happening.
Next time you need to claim, send your claim to the poll.
Well,
Exactly.
Well, I'm just
No,
telling you.
it's easy. Just say, hey, I'm an atheist.
That's the loophole that most commercial commercial insurance companies go under and hide, is the fact that they won't cover acts of God.
And I would sue them under religious freedom.
Exactly.
I'm an
Because
atheist.
what about atheists?
Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it, like I say, it's in every state. It ain't just Florida. and
Yeah,
whatever.
we
It's
have that
every
here too.
And that's why I said
Dre.
earlier that California had to create, the state of California had to create separate fire insurance for
Yep.
residents because a lot of companies will not cover in case of a wildfire.
And that's what
we
Citizens
got the same
Insurance in
problem in
Florida is
bushfires
for.
and cyclones.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, that, that's why some companies are bailing out. A lot of them are bailing out because of that fact that states are telling them, if you want to do business in my state, you need to
Yeah.
cover everything in the state. And they're saying, no way. But we know a hurricane's coming next year, next week,
Yeah.
next month. So we're not going to be on the hook for that kind of stuff. and they say, we'll
Exactly.
go do business elsewhere, like
Maybe we
California.
need a federal law. If you do insurance in more than one state, you have to do insurance in all states. End
Well,
of
now,
story.
now you get, once again, you guys talk about how you don't want the government involved, and now
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
talk
I
about you
know.
want the
I
government
know.
involved.
I know.
The solution is always pass
Elective
more laws.
government.
It's like,
Actually, the solution is get rid of the insurance companies and do the cooperative thing.
Yeah, but like I say, that's where you look at where the state itself will have to issue out insurance policies to the residents for hurricane damage,
Yeah.
tornado damage.
So
wildfire.
so Dre, you're saying the state would have like their own insurance company type setup?
Yeah, that's what they have in California. We have you
Okay.
can get earthquake.
It's like
you can get earthquake
citizens here.
insurance from the state,
It's citizens
and you
insurance in Florida,
you
Justin.
get fire insurance from the state for wildfires.
Well, I don't own my own house, so I'm not entirely familiar with how
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
homeowners insurance
Yeah,
works.
yeah,
California
got it.
has
So
it out
that's
here
what
for
I'm asking.
earthquake insurance and for wildfires.
Joe's got
another
it.
problem is, we have a storm come through here and we have all the roofing companies come running in and
Of
saying,
course.
hey, let's inspect your roof. Oh, yeah, you need a new roof.
Oh
And
yeah,
everybody
jack the prices up
You can get
3
a free
times
roof.
more.
Just get yourself a free roof. It doesn't cost you anything.
You know, that's why
And-
homeowners insurance in Fargo, North Dakota is actually really high, which I
Mhm.
found out when I moved up there. I was like, why the hell? And they were like, because every time there's a hailstorm, everybody
Right.
claims on their roof.
Right?
It's
Even
just
though it really
what they
doesn't
do
need
in what they do in that area. If it's a hailstorm, they all claim a roof.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the name of the game they play, and this is the name of the, like I say. And what problem is when you're still paying a mortgage, most banking institutions require you to
Yeah,
have
certificate of
insurance.
Yep.
So you cannot say
Listen,
I
Joe.
don't want to get no insurance. You're gonna lose your mortgage.
Yep.
Or the
just-
bank
I don't know.
themselves- or the bank
And I
themselves is
didn't-
going to give you a insurance at probably twice the rate you would go out and get it for yourself.
And I don't know if you know it or not, but at least when it comes to car insurance, you can actually self-insure by having a bond and buying
Right.
a bond.
But you got to put that
It's
kind of money up
self-insured.
front.
Not here.
Not here.
I know California, you got to show the assets up front. And I think it's held in account that you got to maintain that something like $50,000 or $70,000
There is
bond.
All I know
there is no
is
such thing as a
insurance ain't
free-
working.
There is no such
Insurance
thing as
isn't
a
working.
free ride.
Oh,
The
Yeah.
insurance system is not working.
well,
And this whole bullshit,
Okay.
we got to recover our money from designing the medications. Then why can I order the exact same medication from a country like India for like $2, and you
Because
want
they're not developing
and
it,
you
they're
want
just-
$2,000?
it's not
Well,
always
everybody
the
doesn't.
same
Hey, Rod,
medicine.
everybody doesn't use Viagra.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking real. I'm talking real. I'm talking real medications. Not
You
that-
won't get
Right, you're
Develop-
100%
get-
correct.
$2.
Well, the likes of Viagra has been on the market for 30 years.
Yeah, but
No,
like I
no,
said,
no,
we
no,
talk
no.
about
And
stuff
the
some of
British
this-
would like to thank you for that.
Some of this new crap is all made over there for pennies
Yeah.
on the dollar.
We talk about
Exactly,
like how much it costs for people to get insulin shots here in America, $3,500, and over in the UK or somewhere else, it may cost them $35.
No,
It's
it's free.
stupid here in
Costs
the
us
US how
absolutely
bad
fuck
we
all.
get
If
screwed.
you're a diabetic, you don't pay for
How
your
how can
prescription.
you own a home without homeowners insurance?
Because you paid it off and don't have a bank
can't,
loan.
TJ.
Said
Well,
what?
no,
That's why I said that if you're paying a mortgage, the
insurance.
financial institution that holds your mortgage will tell you you better get some insurance, or they will give you insurance at about twice the amount that
Charge
you
you,
normally
yep.
pay.
Justin, do
Yeah,
you have
'cause,
homeowner insurance?
Joe said that he knows several people
doesn't
who
own
own
it.
their
Sarah's
home,
mom does, yeah.
but they
Homeowner
refuse they refuse
TJ.
to have
Oh.
they
TJ,
It's
refuse
a
to have
difference between homeowners
TJ,
and house and content
TJ.
insurance.
notice what
Right.
he said. He said own.
yeah.
So if you've
To
paid your
own their
bank
own
loan, the
home.
minute you've paid your
Right.
bank loan off, you no longer have to carry homeowners insurance.
Right,
No,
gotta have-
Okay,
TJ.
okay.
right.
Okay.
I
But
mean,
it's not
So
smart
people
to
who
do
paid
that.
their houses off can go without home insurance. They're not
yeah,
required
like
to
I
have
say
it.
again, That's why I use the term if you have a mortgage, because the
Yes.
bank's going to want to protect itself.
Then
They're
you
the
have
one
to
that has-
protect yourself once you own
right.
it.
Like I said,
What's
if
the
you
saying?
already paid your mortgage off, that is an option. It's a very
DJ, it's
poor
kind of like
option if
it's
you
kind of
don't
like
get
having a
coverage.
TFR. You know what I mean?
Having a what?
TFR.
Then again,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, TJ,
Just
what
in-
does TFI stand for?
Temporary flight restriction.
All right.
Just an update,
Temporary
the
flight
hurricane will hit Sarasota straight on.
my house insurance for rebuilding the house and any damage to the adjacent house.
Yep.
And all the contents that I've got inside it. My insurance cost me just over £40 a month.
This thing better start turning
You can do
east
house,
pretty damn
house,
quick.
house
Andrew.
contents.
Hey,
Yeah, I remember about a decade ago, Allstate dropped me, and I'm like, 'cause they said that where I live at was a wildfire hazard, all because they went by the zip code I live in. And
Yeah.
even my own agent didn't know what was going on. And I said, you know what? And they tried to cop attitude to me. I said, if you don't want to cover my house, you can't cover my cars, you can't cover nothing. And I walked
Exactly.
away from them over a decade ago, and I've been with AAA ever since.
So
You know
here's
what?
the here's
I'm
the
so glad
center
the UK's
right
got it
here.
so simple.
This thing had better start going straight east pretty quick if it's going into Sarasota, because Sarasota's
Rod,
right
it's
here.
gonna hit Sarasota. I just saw the latest, the updated map, and it said Sarasota, head on. And
Andrew.
Justin, you could hit the dirty side.
I think he's going to make a hard 90-degree
Ed.
left turn and hit South Carolina.
Yeah.
What
Well, I
I'm
was thinking
saying
more- I
is, if
think
it's
more
going to
like
hit
a,
Sarasota,
Hit
it's
the
gonna
170
head
start-
turn and head back towards Mississippi and Alabama and catch a little bit of Louisiana.
it needs to
Eh,
go almost straight east.
If it did
from
that,
where
I'd
it is
start
right
believing the
now.
conspiracy theories that it's being controlled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we all know it's being controlled. We all know this is weather modification.
yeah, it's going to
Yeah.
accelerate north and hit Washington, D.C.
Right, can
Yeah.
we all get our tinfoil hats on, please?
Yeah, I just gonna get some.
I just saw one of those little short videos of this one couple talking about that people only getting $750 and stuff, and they're talking about all the rest of the money went to the immigrants. I just shook my head and I'm like, man. It's
I saw
something
that
else.
one too.
Yeah,
There's
it's
one
about
with the
a
sheriff
guy
in
and
it,
his
too.
Been
girlfriend, or
saying
guy and
for
his wife
weeks.
are doing it.
Don't believe everything you see on YouTube and Facebook.
Oh, like I said, David, I just shook my head when I saw it. I mean, you hear the stuff on the news, people spread. I said, then when you see it for yourself, you like, how anybody in their right mind could even buy off
Well,
of this unless
in
you're
all
already
fairness-
thinking that.
In all fairness, FEMA money did go to
Yes, Trevor.
housing illegals.
Out of a separate account.
You know what? I have 2 bank accounts. It's still, if I paid for something, it's still me paying for something, you know?
Yeah.
That's a valid
But
point.
people are not stating that though. They're stating that the money that FEMA has in the big pot of FEMA all went towards another segment to the immigrants. So there's no money to give the American citizens or whoever.
I don't think any of it should have went to them.
and stuff.
I'm
Hey,
Just sit their
I'm
ass
sure
right
they
back on the
used
other
it-
side of the border.
I'm
Like
sure
I
they
said,
used
this-
it to
this is
build
what you- this
temporary
is what you
housing
vote
and all
for.
that kind of crap.
I'm not sure FEMA has enough money for Helene and
They don't.
this one.
I'll put this, gentleman. FEMA has been on the ground in parts of Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas since last year.
Yeah.
When the last storm came through. They're still there.
And what's the point?
The point is this: Congress is responsible for continuing to fund FEMA. So Congress
Yeah.
is the one who has to cough up the money.
Exactly.
Okay.
And
It's there.
but you're missing the overarching argument that people are making is that FEMA should be going to American citizens and not to take care of our border.
Well, the whole issue is this: that
right.
people keep associating FEMA with people when FEMA goes to land. If no one lived in the state of Florida, FEMA would still show up.
Why?
You know, to help
We have
save
Because it's on the
the same-
land.
we have exactly the same problem with the fact that our country gives away so much money as international aid to other countries, and yet
That's
it can't
because-
got its own homeless people out.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
same here.
that's because back in the 70s, when we all had it good, in the 80s, we signed up to NATO agreements that 2% of GDP would go to world aid.
Mhm.
And
That's
that's
what
the
I said.
problem.
We
That's
have
what
a
you vote for.
similar. We have APAC,
Yeah.
and
So
the ASEAN.
that's why I tell people. I said people get confused and think FEMA's there just for the residents. FEMA is there to take care of the infrastructure. That is the main thing FEMA's there for.
OPEC
Is
is
to
the
help
ultimate.
repair and restore the infrastructure.
I think we're part of APEC as well.
The
Yes.
people are under the assumption that FEMA's there also to help them,
But what's OPEC got
which
to do
they
with it?
haven't.
That
Yeah,
is part of the
OPEC
mission. But
is
the
only
main goal of FEMA
But they're
is to
it's
help
probably something to do
restore
with oil
and
producers.
repair the infrastructure.
Yeah, OPEC is just oil and gas.
Yeah. But at the same time, there might be oil there,
Well,
and they need to make their investment.
I'm not under any disillusionment of what FEMA does. FEMA doesn't do any, they come in, they throw money around after the fact, and it usually goes to the corrupt.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
that just goes to who your elected officials are, But I'm just trying to tell you what the mission and what FEMA actually does, and what they're responsible for. And that's where the money gets funneled down to. Because FEMA doesn't help you rebuild your house.
No, of course not.
No.
But
And FEMA
people
and-
still have a valid argument to say, if FEMA's out of money, why did we spend so much on a self-created crisis at the border?
Yeah, like I say, that's what elections are for.
Point.
Yep.
That's what
So, but
elections.
people still have a valid complaint.
Yeah, it's a valid complaint, but I'm just trying to tell you what FEMA is responsible for. It's for restoring and repairing infrastructure. It is not there to actually rebuild people's houses. It is not there to recover your own bank account or anything else. It is there to restore infrastructure.
I'm guessing there's several billion in reconstruction costs for North Carolina.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying FEMA's been on the ground there for over a year, helping to
And-
restore infrastructure from the storms from last year.
And FEMA, last I knew, only had 2
what?
billion. 2 billion.
FEMA's got a lot more money than that. Because you have to think
But
about
that's the money they've got in the cigarette holder.
Technically, we're fiat currency, so FEMA has as much money as the government wants to throw at it.
there you go, Don. FEMA has as much money as Congress wants to throw at them. Like I say, FEMA shows up at wildfires on the West Coast, hurricanes on the East Coast, tornadoes in the Midwest, and any other thing. Every time, like the bridge collapsed there in Maryland, FEMA's running that deal.
Yeah.
So
Sounds a
anytime
bit
there's a
dodgy to
disaster,
me.
like I said before, FEMA is there to restore infrastructure. So whenever you have a disaster that affects infrastructure,
all these
FEMA
disasters-
shows up.
Well,
And they're there to make brother-in-laws super rich.
Yeah.
Because every politician has a brother-in-law who's a contractor.
Of course.
Oh, some of them
So,
do, some
Andrew-
of them don't.
To me.
We all have to look at what happened.
My
with,
mouse is on the center of that storm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all have to
Unless
look
that thing moves
all of it.
directly east, it's not hitting Sarasota head on.
Well, the spaghetti models that they just showed, I saw we're hitting straight for Sarasota.
Yeah, that's nice, but they're not 100%.
Oh, you don't want to get hit by spaghetti. That fucking sauce takes forever to get out of clothes.
Yeah, exactly.
Johnny's got the
Johnny.
model right
Good one,
now.
Mark.
I'm just saying. I know what they're saying, but look at the damn radar.
Spaghetti model?
Donald, look at the chat from Johnny Drumflyer.
I don't have access.
He's saying FEMA is no help when you need them.
Yeah,
FEMA
exactly.
pays more
Hey.
to workers than what they spend on what's needed.
Hey, I saw it firsthand. They came in after the fact, after everybody's kind of, the city was getting back under way, and they started throwing all kinds of money into projects that got funneled into out-of-state contractors.
Mhm.
Who well, I'm not going to name any names.
Yeah.
But generally, anyway,
That's the point I always want to make, that people get confused that FEMA's supposed to come there and restore their lives, their property. I said it's not what it's there for.
But remembering the M in FEMA is medical, so they're obviously going to put in the medical supplies and keep, people's health up. They
No,
don't.
the M in FEMA is for management.
I thought it was
Federal Emergency Management
No,
Agency.
management. Yeah.
Management agency.
and I stand corrected.
well,
you don't.
there's a
Sit
meme
corrected.
saying, as I said the other day, it's also there's a meme that says the M is mismanagement.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It always depends where you're standing at.
I'm surprised NOAA
Okay.
hasn't updated the. I thought once these storms got within a certain distance of the U.S., they actually updated their shit like hourly.
And to address
It-
Johnny's statement about workers getting paid more money, because the federal government pays prevailing wage.
Yep.
And that's
And-
why people contractors coming from out of state, because they know
Yep.
the federal government pays top dollar wages for those services.
Well,
Yeah.
the way
Get you a lot of workers
there.
there, but man, they come in there and they suck up the money and they leave.
Mm-hmm.
The way you've been talking about it, I thought the A stood for assholes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
probably.
too.
Asshole management. Yeah.
Asshole management.
So like I said, the biggest winners when FEMA shows up is usually the restaurants, hotels, and the actual out-of-state workers are the ones who benefit the most when FEMA shows up in town. Because even right now with the wildfires, we got the DoubleTree Inn down in the south in the San Bernardino, numbered fire trucks lined up.
Oh,
They
okay.
They didn't put them over in the Hotel 6, which would have been adequate. They put them in the DoubleTree.
Mm,
Okay.
awesome.
DoubleTree's pretty like 3 stars, 3.5 star level hotel.
Yeah, continental breakfast.
Yeah.
No.
Parking lot.
Dude, I love continental breakfast.
parking
That
lot
damn
full
of
hotel.
fire
Those damn
trucks.
things are good.
And a couple,
Well, get yourself down.
tractor
Get
trailer
yourself
size
over there and get yourself into FEMA.
offices
Use the
sitting out
hotel.
there.
And English breakfast with a bit of black pudding as well.
Yeah.
DJ.
Breakfast. It's just a croissant and a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
No.
Now,
TJ,
what's
get
good about
yourself
that?
over there, show them the mustache, and say you're a firefighter. Get yourself in the hotel. Continental
Yeah.
breakfast in the morning.
TJ, you better luck tell him you're a plumber. You look more like Mario.
it does look like Mario.
Turn around,
Y'all
show
have
me
a
your crack.
because yeah, I'm a plumber.
Keep
There's
your
Mark.
pants down around your ass too,
Yeah.
in case they
Yeah.
ask for ID.
So that's the biggest thing I try to explain to people.
got
is that
plumber's
what
crack.
FEMA
Yep.
does is what they do, and they do it all over the country
Well,
whenever there's an emergency response.
I just saw the local sheriff's office, one of the local sheriff's office near Uncle Bill's. It is flattened.
Oh, no.
Mhm.
Yeah, tornado ran over it, I'm sure.
Yes, exactly.
Well, that's all for that film. Support your local sheriff.
Well, biggest two charities
was more
around
severe
are
than-
Red
than a
Cross
4-year
and
old
Samaritan's
gunfighter.
Purse.
Now to go back, I'm looking at Sunstar's comment about Ukraine. What a joke. And I always tell people, United States, the industrial military complex is what keeps people working. People in Michigan, people in Pennsylvania, people in Virginia, people in San Diego, people in the state of Washington, at Boeing, and other places that create military hardware.
In South
Yeah.
Carolina.
South
And all
Carolina.
it costs is dead 18-year-olds from around the world.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about the money it takes to make ammunition, to make the bombs, make the vehicles, all that kind of stuff.
Make
we
the
don't give it to
planes.
somebody and we don't sell it to Israel or other countries around the world, guess who else we get laid off?
Ukraine was just a proxy war to test out weapons.
Well,
That was it.
I know that. I'm just saying when people say like
That's all
money
that
going
was.
different places.
But
I tell them, I say, hey,
whoa. Are you saying
It's-
the Ukraine war's over?
who did?
Justin, 'cause he said that the Ukraine war was.
No, he just said it's a
I'm just
Still
saying
not.
it's a proxy war. They're just using it
It-
to test military hardware.
Interesting you brought that
That's all
up,
they're doing.
Justin, interesting you
Well-
brought that topic up because we were just cyber attacked against American Water, America's biggest water utility company.
Yeah, but all you hear is cyber attacks that happen to us, but you don't hear about the shit they're doing the other direction. You think the NSA is just sitting on their fucking hands? The NSA is on a whole different level of
Hope
fuck
not.
around and find out when it
Right.
comes to
I hope not, 'cause
cyber
otherwise
warfare.
somebody's gonna open up a can of whoop ass on them.
These
Yeah.
cyber
Like I
attacks
Keep in mind,
are all to do
that's
with
kind of the department I worked in the last 5 years of my military career. So
Mhm.
Wait, Rod, is it the fuck around and find out department?
Yep.
What I'm saying is the NSA is on a whole different level of cyber warfare than most other countries. They're up there. They don't just sitting around on their fucking hands. I mean, think about it. Back when Snowden leaked all that shit, dude, they were monitoring damn near all internet traffic in the world simultaneously, and they were able to filter through most of it.
and Google and
imagine the amount of information that was.
Facebook were not encrypting their data between data centers,
You
which
see,
they did after that information came out.
the problem is
Well-
you're assuming it's a cyber attack and not just hackers.
Yeah, DDoS.
Yeah, but
You
like
know
I
how
said,
North
though, it's
Korea is getting its money, right?
Yeah, spaghetti.
China.
A lot of the cyber, a lot of the crypto things is North Korea.
Oh, they get a lot of money from China too, though.
It's taxing the golfers for
Yeah.
the winnings that they're getting in America at the moment.
But like I said, think
Yep.
about back when Snowden leaked all that shit, and they were doing that, and that was like what 15 years ago. Imagine what they're
Mhm.
doing now. I mean, they
And how
were
many
doing
more data
all
centers
that.
the government has gotten built.
I want to say something here as well. Justin is 100% correct because when it comes to information, America has always been number one by going to like the likes of Germany saying this is going to happen to you. They even warned Ukraine that Russia was going to attack them. Yeah, America knows a lot more shit that goes on around the world than anyone.
Well, America kind of provoked that attack too.
Well, and some of the, you got to remember too, some of the top intelligence agencies in the world are all super allied with the U.S. too. I mean, you got your guys' intelligence agencies, Australia's. Israel has a really good intelligence agency. They all work very closely with the U.S. Like I said, as small as Israel is, Israel has a tough little ass army that is not to be fucked with by most countries, and they have a really good intelligence agency. Like they're small, but they're good.
I would not.
Like I say, because they're forced to because they're surrounded by enemies. And just like the status of Israel today, who you think sold all them weapons to them over all these years? And we gave them weapons in the early days.
Mm.
And I just told Sunstar in the chat, I said, what's the best way to create a customer? Give them some few free things up front.
Yeah.
And you got them hooked
With
for life.
Ukraine war actually did the UK, France, Germany, and America a really big favour because we was able to say, this is our weapons we're going to have to decommission soon. Have it. We didn't have to decommission it. We didn't have to pay for it to be decommissioned. We just shipped it.
You think they did us a favor? No, it's a industrial military.
I'll see y'all later.
It
Have
was
fun.
the military contractors in the U.S. and the politicians that provoked this war so they could get rid of that stuff and spend more money on it.
Yep.
Yeah, and Israel and Iran have been giving each other missiles for the past few months.
And I'm sorry, if it puts more money in my bank account, I don't care. I don't think that we should be just to help out our military spending, be going and killing people for no reason. We're sending weapons and provoking wars.
But isn't
I know
that
I sound a little bit like a hippie, but
decades?
Well, they even sent top tier
Well, you
weapon
sound like a
systems
tree
over
hugger,
there.
Ron.
I've hugged a tree or two.
It just I can say when you explain things to people and you tell them how as I call it, the old trickle down effect. I said this is what you got to look at. This is how we have the industrial complex as far as our raw materials, finished products. Is that you can't just make it for yourself. You got to sell it to somebody else. With the trickle
Like I
down
said, a
effect,
lot of it too was to test weapons too, because that's a lot of data they can get back from the war. Of this missile completely decimated Russia's best tanks, and then they know that weapon works.
There's always benefits to it, as far as
Right.
like I say, getting data on weapon systems that you are selling or giving away right now. Like I told Sunstar, I said, yeah, we'll give Ukraine a few things, a lot of things now, but guess what? In 10 years, you're gonna hear about a big old deal that we sold XYZ F-22s to Ukraine and a whole bunch of other crap in a big old deal. Just like we sell planes and stuff to Saudi Arabia. We sell stuff to Israel now. We sell stuff to about half the people in the world.
Okay, does anybody ever watch Star Trek?
I've seen like bits and pieces of it.
Well, it depends on what era you're talking now.
Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
Have you
I've
ever
not seen
seen
it,
where
no.
Quark gives a Vulcan lessons in logic?
Yep.
Tries to.
He's talking about war, and they were going to have to go to war. He goes, "No, you don't want war. You want peace. And right now, you can have peace cheap. The more money you throw into it, the more expensive peace gets. So the sooner you can get to peace, the better. Unless you're the people selling the weapons."
Okay.
I
And
totally agree.
what usually happens in each episode.
But it was a pretty interesting little bit of writing there.
Well, like I
but
said,
the problem
peace,
at the
peace
end of
is expensive because peace is maintained because of force.
Yep. Peace is maintained by
well,
war.
and then it also falls down to human nature, and you always have evil people out there who want to do evil things.
I would say
That's
peace is
something-
not maintained through force, but the ability to use force.
Yeah, like a deterrence.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say through force is as a deterrent, because no one wants to go down that road because of the high cost of lives. But
But some people don't mind the cost of life.
well, like I
Some
say,
people
once
rather have money
you
in their bank
cross that
account.
line, you crossed it.
Why do you think all these countries love having U.S. bases in their countries?
Why do you think our military contractors?
Well, no. It's because if you look at a lot of European countries, they've downsized their military so much because they've relied on the backbone of the U.S. military for their protection. They invited them in. They said, "Here, set up 10." They said, "Set up 10 bases," and then they don't have to worry about it because there's a lot of the bigger countries around the world. They don't want to go toe to toe with the U.S., so they know not to cross that line, and they haven't. And I mean, if there was military base, if U.S. had military bases all through Ukraine, Russia would have never went in there.
Yeah, but like I said, there'll never be a base in Ukraine.
Oh no, I'm just saying if it was there, just like if Taiwan invited the U.S. in and said, "We want you to set up 3 or 4 huge military bases all through Taiwan."
China would view that as
I
an act of
guarantee
war.
China would never touch that island.
I can guarantee that.
China would view that as an act of war, Justin. You would start World War III by doing
I don't think that they would do anything.
Well,
I'm
the
telling you,
biggest mistake in the
America
South
even
Pacific is
considered
when we gave up our naval base and air base off the Philippines.
Yep,
If America
that was
invaded-
a big.
did
Well,
it,
no, they're
they
starting to
did.
build them back now, Joy. They just
Yeah, that's why
reopened a
here
bunch
now,
of
but
them.
we never should have walked away from them because that was our jumping off point for the South Pacific. That's why the Philippines was so important during the Vietnam War, and we got it back in World War One, I think it was, or before that. We even had a base at least had a garrison in the Philippines even before World War One. And like I said, it was a jumping off point to keep the eye and maintain control of the South Pacific.
Nah,
And
just
one
put
of-
a rocket silo on the moon. That'll be done.
Well, one of Trump's arguments during his first campaign that was true. This is not fake. Was that a lot of NATO partners do not pay up what they were supposed to pay up for their defense. They were not meeting their GDP goals.
Yeah, and I would say that's 100% correct, but you also got to look at which countries are we really referring to, because the Philippines is still a third world country.
No, I'm talking about a lot of the European countries.
Yeah,
were not meeting their.
A lot of those
Philippines are in
established NATO countries, established Western European countries, have the ability to pay their fair share. They got comfortable, and we were not holding them accountable.
Right. It's just like Germany. Why do you think there's still bases all over Germany? Because Germany can kick back. They can have a very small army. They don't have to do a whole lot. And they sit back and they let the U.S. pretty much protect their airspace and everything.
Like I said,
their free health
I
care.
think you just picked a wrong country there, Justin, because Germany is one of the biggest spenders on military equipment in Europe.
Don't mention
Right,
the
but
war.
when you compare it to the U.S., it's minuscule. It's tiny amounts.
Yeah.
Well,
But the
yes,
biggest thing on
because
that, Justin, is
US is bigger.
we didn't hold Western European countries really accountable because of the years it took to rebuild it after World War II.
Yeah.
It's not just that. When Justin's talking about money spent, yeah, it's 2% of your GDP. So
Right.
when you're looking at the likes of the United States, they're going to be able to spend a hell of a lot more than the UK,
We
Germany,
spend way
France,
more than
Spain.
2%.
It's 2% set in NATO's rules.
Right.
What I'm saying.
Right, but a
what I'm
lot of
getting
them
at-
weren't
I'm getting at,
meeting
Jason,
even
is
that.
this, that even if they were not meeting the 2% or whatever the case may be, a lot of those countries, Italy, Germany, France, what's the one just north of France? Bulgaria, all,
You got
all those big
Portugal.
places, they had to rebuild a whole country after World War II. That doesn't happen in 6 months. That takes decades to reestablish, once again, all your infrastructure, rebuild towns, reestablish a lot of stuff.
Think about how fast and how awesome it would have been if America would have just franchised Europe whenever we had the chance.
Oh yeah. Just
point.
like the flip side, Don. Just imagine if we never got involved and Hitler took over all of.
I mean,
all of West
look
Europe.
at
And you know,
look how long
they're
it
all-
took them to get McDonald's.
And you know, there are some countries around the world where there's U.S. bases and they've all but have abolished their own military because of it. They don't even have a military because
Well,
they just
Well,
that's
some of
what
them
they
are not
rely
allowed
on.
to. Like Japan is not allowed to have a regular military.
Yeah.
You know, recently they have
All they have
actually
is the
talked
defense
about
force.
doing a expeditionary. Well, they're allowed to have a defensive force, but their constitution said they couldn't have an expedition.
Right.
They couldn't
And
have
I
a
think-
expeditionary force.
Right, like I
which
say,
they
same
actually
thing-
have started talking about doing now.
Yeah, but same thing happened to Germany after the
Right
First
behind
World
you.
War.
Look, right behind you, the green one.
Because if there's one thing difference between the U.S. and not
Part of
all
them.
countries, but most countries, is the U.S. is stuck by its constitution since its founding, where there's been a lot of countries around the world that will change their entire constitution overnight.
Yeah.
And
What you mean,
Japan's been
Justin,
talking
is
about
you're stuck
changing
in the
that part of
past,
their
we're moving with the
constitution.
future.
Well, that's why
But what
everybody
I'm-
looks to us, Justin, because the fact that we are one of the youngest countries on the planet, and they still consider what we have a experiment. You got to think of how long France, Spain, UK, Germany have actually been established countries compared to our establishment.
Oh no,
They
no,
still-
I'm not
they
saying
still-
that.
No. I'm just saying. The point I'm getting to is that these guys have had their form of government 3-4 times longer than we have. Okay,
I can
so
guarantee
they look at
Dominic
it.
only had. I can guarantee Dominic's only had his form of government for a year longer than I've had mine.
Yeah, but how many, I mean, really, how many years have to go by before we're not an experiment, though? I mean, have we been a country
Well, like I said,
for
as
So the
centuries
UK
now?
decide.
right, we're only had 248 years. Okay,
That's still a long time,
Yeah.
though.
That's not
Justin, there's
country.
castles in the UK that are older than this country we're standing in.
No,
Yeah,
they're
Oh, I
not.
know that, but what I'm saying is, if we don't have an established, this is what we are within 240 years, what's going to be different in 100 years?
And we'll have to find out. We're
Yeah.
right now, people look at us and say, we're on the brink.
I have to
Some people think we're not going to last much longer.
Right.
I
People
just
say
wanna
we're at
say,
the brink. Does
Justin,
this,
the answer
does
to your
this democracy
question
really
is
gonna
when
last?
the UK said so.
Your country has been there just as long as everybody else's country. It's just
Oh,
that
technically,
you
yeah.
were
When the country was federated.
Well, Mark's just talking landmass.
I know. That's why I'm saying that, people view what we have, and like I say, because we have been able to learn from all the other countries that came here before us, we have been able to see some of the flaws and mistakes that they went through already.
You're still
centuries
making
before
a
us.
mistake.
And that's why we
Yeah.
have the form of government that we do have. And as we were talking yesterday, that is why George Washington turned down, the opportunity to be a king, because that's what we just fought for, is not to have a king.
We owe the Magna Carta most of our bones. The right to the citizen to redress his government,
There's Justin, there's the link to that
grievances.
the police station that just got hit.
Oh, is it a video?
There's video on the page.
Hey
There's
Justin,
pictures.
where's that place? Where's that in the left hand corner of the screen? Looks like the streets are all flooded there. Where's that at?
That is in Sanibel Island.
Yep.
I think
Holy
that's
shit.
how you say it.
Sanibel.
But
Yeah,
to
that's
give you,
crazy.
in my opinion, Justin, I would say once we reach, let's say 500 years, I think we will be considered either the best form of government on the planet, or that experiment will have failed by then.
People already say we are not. I mean, people hate our system.
Yeah,
They can't agree on anything.
people are going to hate it because they never
There
had
are
it.
That link
large,
didn't work.
there's
Todd.
large number of people in
Andrew.
the United States that want to destroy
Really?
our government.
That's
They'll tear
weird.
it down, start something new.
We have that over here. Our system is the thing, but everyone still thinks that the king has an almighty power. He has no power at all.
Right.
If he was to commit a criminal offence, if he went and shoplift, he's still getting arrested.
Right. Thank you, Magna
But
Carta.
at the same time, I
King
don't.
is the only person that is above the law.
Yeah, at the same time, though, I have I could to say a civil war is never possible would be ignorant to say, but at the
Well,
same time,
we've already proven it possible.
no. I'm just saying in the future. I'm talking about future.
We never
But
know.
I think most people are so ingrained in the modern society and comfortability of it, as much as they bitch about it, that I don't think they would really want to get off their asses and actually do anything that serious.
Well,
Not to say it wouldn't
like I said,
happen. I'm just saying.
I'm not saying too. These things have happened in other countries already, where they've had changes because of poor governing. Of course. People rose up. It can happen here still. People.
I'm not saying it wouldn't. I'm just
Your
saying.
biggest risk of civil war is not your own people. It
Hi,
is
Gary.
outside influence, same as it is here, same as it is in most.
All right,
places
Dominic,
in
we'll
the
see
world.
ya.
And Joel.
That's right,
Hey,
Dominic.
Dominic.
Well, technically, if you go, if you're following the history, most civil wars were started
Yeah, I'm
by
gonna jump
internal
off too. I'll
strife
see y'all in the morning.
within the country.
All right, TJ.
Hey, TJ.
Okay.
I can actually see your country ending up having the same problems as the USSR did. We split
Largely
states.
with very different views of opinion within each of those. But the way our country was designed, it was supposed to be 50, well, not 50 at the time, but it was supposed to be multiple areas of experimentation.
Mhm.
Every state was supposed to have its own, it was supposed to be responsible for its own state. The federal government was only supposed to regulate between the states and with foreign nations.
Right.
Unfortunately, we put too much power centralized into the federal government.
hmm And that's what people really hate about it because it has become that.
Mhm.
Now, I always
And that-
remember.
It
I
is
always remember what my
basically the
grandmother
same
called
as
it.
the USSR.
Yeah, I
It
said I
was the
remember never
Union of
used the term.
Soviet Socialist Republics.
Yeah.
My
All
grandmother
lumped
never
into
used the
one
term
country.
United States. She always called it Mr. Lincoln's Union. She never referred to it as United States.
Well,
Or
it
they're
was United States because state just stood for a country, or back in the day, you would hear of state, the head of state, because states were countries, and this was 13 individual entities that came
Right.
together to form a union.
Yep. So as I was
So, I
saying,
mean,
Josh, I would say if we reach 500 years, then we would no longer, I'd be considered an experiment.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it.
So
But none of us will be there around anyway.
I would like to correct you on that, Drake, because you look at the United Kingdom now. We have been a union for way longer than 500 years with Scotland.
Right.
Well, now hold on,
And
Donald. We
now-
don't know what the AI overlords are going to do.
But, yeah, but the way
Oh,
Scotland
AI
is going,
overlords
will
may
be independent.
AI overlords may upload the consciousness of those who are loyal. All praise the overlords, and
all praise Skynet.
I'm not taking sides. I'm any overlord. It could be Skynet, but I'm not gonna pick a faction.
And Elon Musk will be the emperor of the world.
No.
Eli Musk would probably be the reason for Terminator.
No, actually, he's as much as he likes AI, he is one of the ones that has
He's
more of a weary. Well, he's for it, but he wants to
regulate it.
go in it slow.
He's cautious.
Not just he's cautious about it.
Like I said, I didn't say he's not going to be all for it. I'm just saying that to change the course of the future, they'll send a Terminator in the past to eliminate Musk, so it won't be even developed.
I mean, the military's already going towards a Terminator type setting anyway. I mean, let's face it.
This is where we're heading. In about 50 years'
gotta
time, we will wake up in the morning and you'll hear in your head, "Welcome to AOL. You've got mail. Goodbye." I'm telling you.
Where? Oh, Dre just dropped out.
Yeah, you didn't want to listen to that.
So anything.
I don't think he realised it was a joke.
Uh-huh. I'd be quite happy to be waking up at that when I'm 115.
Not when you turn out you're a slave to a computer.
Well, and who's to say that that's the way it would go? It could be completely the other way around.
It could.
Computers could be slave to humans. I mean, they kind of already
Could
are
be.
at this point. I
That
mean,
is possible.
they're not self-aware that we know of. I mean, I don't know. Who knows what the hell the military's doing behind closed doors?
Yeah, who knows what
Or some of
Windows
these
is.
some of these private companies. Well, I mean, a lot of these private companies, are working hand in hand with the military. So who knows what the fuck they're doing behind closed doors? They might have a self-aware AI already that we don't know about. Because, like I said, the shit that we're fucking around with, ChatGPT and all that shit,
That's
ain't
the tip of the
even
iceberg, isn't it?
that ain't what they're fucking with behind closed doors. I guarantee it. What they're messing with is far more advanced.
We're already slaves to it. What's the first thing you do when you get up in the morning? Check your phone.
Take a piss.
Turn your computer on.
Why I'm checking my phone?
Oh, I said scratch my balls, but
A lot of people do that, though.
Justin and I both think about creature comforts first.
When I wake up, I'm like, oh, morning, Glory. Hello, Laura. She's like, got a headache. Oh, for fuck's sake.
I thought Laura would say, "You got coffee for me?"
No, when I wake up and I roll over, Laura's always on a phone on TikTok or Facebook or YouTube, scrolling
No,
through.
I got to take a piss in the morning. Otherwise, it's like a telephone pole swinging through the house. Donald's face. He's like, oh hell no.
Nope. I get up in the morning. I take like probably 6:30 on the dot. Take a piss.
That
And
rails.
then I
What's
get
up?
out. Then around 7 o'clock, I get out of bed.
I like that. Take a
What's up,
piss.
Sean?
I take a piss, then I get up.
Take a piss and I get up.
Take a piss at 6:30, and then around 7 o'clock, I get out of bed.
Wife's like, God damn it, not again.
You don't know. He might have a bucket at the side of the bed.
He's one of those people that likes to get treated like a baby behind closed doors. See, he does it good. Gets his diaper changed in the morning. Dude, those people are weird as shit, dude. Yeah.
It takes all people.
There was
to
actually,
go around.
you know, there was actually a guy here in the U.S. who got caught playing like he was mentally, like he had a mental disorder, and it was just so he could have nurses come in and change his diaper and stuff every day.
Is that Biden?
And then they found out, might have been his brother, I don't know. But yeah, no, he actually got in trouble for fraud because they found out later on that he didn't actually have anything wrong with him. He finagled the system somehow to where they thought he had a mental disorder, and
I would
it was
argue
just
he does have mental disorder.
do I?
I would argue that he did have mental disorder.
Oh, I'm just saying, like what he was claiming he had, he didn't, and it was just so he could have nurses come in and change him, and touch him and stuff, and give him baths, and then they found out. I think one of his family members ratted him
David?
out or something.
David, Trevor has a comment for you and Laura.
Oh God.
Get.
Yeah, something like that. Although tomorrow, no doubt, I'm going to be getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning. She's going to be like, "Come on, we're going to see my fly." It's not till tomorrow night, you bitch.
You're pushing her out?
No, we're going to a concert tomorrow.
Geek Savannah says that TJ is AI.
Hi, Sean.
Are you going to a Metallica concert?
I wish.
No, I know
rock
where
and
he's
roll?
going. He's going to watch that boy band that Laura likes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You mean the one that apparently she's married to?
That were a boy band about 30 years ago.
They still are a boy band, unfortunately.
Now they're just a
I
man
won't call
band.
them boys anymore.
Now they're just creepy middle-aged men singing about teenage girls.
I would have guessed country music.
I just need to ask you.
Wait,
one
hold on.
question. How brave
Laura's
are
not in the
you?
room.
Laura
Is
stood
she?
right next to me, so I'd be quiet.
Yeah, I bet
Well,
she
that
fucking
threatens
just
me,
gave
didn't
it.
it?
I see
I
your
bet she
point,
gave a
Donald.
dirty ass look when I said that too. There comes the eye starting to creep onto the edge of the.
No, that's
Starting to
just
creep
Laura
up.
in a temper. She's going to sort you out.
No, that's Mother
Oh,
Nature's
you told
butthole
my
right there.
friends to do my passport, so you better be careful.
Oh, yes, that's the point.
She's getting a passport, guys.
Now you see that right there? That's Mother Nature's butthole right there. She's coming to shit on all of us.
No, that's
Did you hear that,
Birmingham.
Justin? Justin, did you hear that?
No.
Laura's getting her passport.
Don't worry, I'll call customs before she gets here.
Don't worry,
I'll call him.
I'm already saving for the one-way ticket. It's your
I'll be
problem.
like, there's some crazy British chick coming through customs. I think she's got cocaine.
Justin.
I'm
she could
sorry.
not-
She's going to get
Justin,
through customs because first thing she's going to say to him is, I'm American, I want me nuggies, and I need me tenders. And they're going to be like, yep, she's American, get her in.
Well, she could not have landed today in Florida anyway. All major airports in Florida.
I'm sure Laura would figure a way of getting into Florida.
Just to kick Justin in the nuts.
Hey, Justin,
Yep.
can you turn on Fox News? They
I don't
got
have
some-
Fox News.
They got some idiot, a microphone standing on Bradenton Beach as the eye wall is coming over top, and behind him it just looks terrible, and he
Oh,
can
let
hardly
me-
stand up.
Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here.
I'll put him to bed, shut up.
I don't think Fox News has a live feed on.
It had one earlier.
I was watching it.
Justin, you've been banned.
Is there lightning going on around there, Justin?
You don't generally get lightning out of hurricanes.
Because they
It's up in
just
the
did a
clouds.
long range shot over towards the town. You saw flashes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you usually don't get ground lightning, but it stays in the clouds.
I would think the flashes were probably electrical.
Oh, you that bastard. That's the wrong thing.
Oh, like I said, usually you don't get ground lightning in hurricanes. It's just up in the clouds. It stays up there, but the flashes you're
Wow.
seeing are probably transformers blowing.
Yeah, are they
There you
green?
go. That's where all the lightning is at the moment. It's on the other side.
Right, but it's
Uh,
not ground lightning though, I guarantee.
They're
That-
orange
It's just
and
up in
red.
the clouds.
It's on the
It'll
other
be
end.
sheet.
Right.
Sheet lightning.
Were the flashes green?
No, the flash is red. With the
'Cause you'll
gold-
see
with
flashes
the
up in
gold
the
stripe.
clouds.
The Hulk,
all-
yeah, the Hulk is green. Ah,
Yes, some of the power outages are from the tornadoes. Down near
I think-
Port St. Lucie.
I think there's like 60,000 people or something already out of power. I think it was.
or
I
I
don't
guess if
think
it was
it-
taking universe, it would be Green Lantern who would be green.
I don't think it's reached 100,000 yet, but that was a few hours ago when I heard that, so I don't know.
And the Green Hornet.
Well, it's like 80 right now where you are, Justin.
Oh,
And Beast Boy
See if I can find Hurricane Eyewall.
and the Martian Manhunter.
Has it gone dark where you are, Justin?
Yeah, it's dark here.
Well,
Yeah.
pressure for Milton right now is 952 millibars.
was it Martin or Marvin?
They're
Martin,
showing a
one-
massive
Milton.
tornado from Clearwater, Florida.
Oh,
Uh,
dude, there's tornadoes. They were dropping everywhere earlier. It's crazy.
Justin, where is Lee County? Do you know?
I'm not entirely
At
sure
Lee
on that.
County.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys, but it looks like the penis of America's got a sexually transmitted disease. It needs some help.
Wait, did you say the
The small case of the crabs coming offshore.
Trevor asked you, Justin, do you have backup power?
No.
Looking at the size of this now, I don't
Oh,
think there's anywhere in Florida that's going to get.
So there's the path still right over tapping me so far. So See.
It's just disintegrating as it comes over land.
Like right now, it's at 120 mile an
in-
hour still.
Indian River, 95%, Lafayette, 23, Martin, 20%, and 341,000 without power in Florida.
Oh yeah, that jumped way up. That was only like 60 or 70,000 a few hours
And
ago.
most of it is down. What county is Port St. Lucie? Whatever county it is.
That's St. Lucius
St. Lucie?
County. I think it's St. Lucius County, I think is how they pronounce it.
Port St. Lucie, that's where Bill lives.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they've been
that's
getting,
where most of the outages are.
yeah, they've gotten hit. They got hit pretty good earlier.
Well,
There were
to this wind map, you're getting winds of up to
I'd say within
41
20
knots.
minutes, Mark, within
Oh.
20-minute drive of Bill's, there was at least 4 almost on the ground.
Yeah, no. The whole of Florida is going to get sucked in. And God knows what the hell this is over here.
Is
Did we have
that
a storm
is
last night? I didn't notice.
Oh, yeah.
I know it was raining
did.
this morning, but that
It
was
didn't
about
hit
it.
you in March. It hit the south of England.
We just
Told
got
you it's Mother Nature's butthole. We're just gonna give her the tip.
told you that's good.
just the tip or the tip?
We're gonna give her the tip. We're gonna break it up.
See, Orlando could get 5 to 8 inches. Justin,
Yeah, the East Coast is still facing some pretty decent storm surge. It's not gonna be as bad as the West Side, but they'll still get significant
girl.
storm surge from the blowback on it when it comes off the other side.
So where are the Guardians? Is that Cleveland?
Louis.
Hey,
The what?
Dustin,
What?
The Guardians.
the news just said that the FEMA is now undertaking a fact of any place that has been totally destroyed, the property and everything, they're taking possession of it.
I don't know. I didn't hear nothing about that. I have to look into it.
Paul, legally, can they do that?
I don't know.
Of course they can.
Well, there might be more behind that though. It could be they're
Because
taking.
There's a
They could be
town-
seizing it for disaster area until it's cleaned up, or
there's a
I don't know.
beautiful old town.
I don't know nothing about that.
There's a beautiful old town, North Carolina, called Chimney Rock. Supposedly near Chimney Rock, there is, or underneath, there's a lithium mine.
All I'm saying is I saw a bunch of police officers and sheriffs up there that posted shorts on YouTube telling citizens not to trust FEMA and not to give them any of their supplies and to bring it to their police departments and they would distribute it because
So,
FEMA was seizing shit and then claiming that they're the ones that brought it in. That's just what I was told. I saw that from actual videos of these guys in their patrol cars post some videos of that. Now, I don't know. To me, with the local law enforcement doesn't seem to trust FEMA as far as they can throw them.
Well,
So-
because my brother's his friend, they were helicoptering in supplies to North Carolina. They were forced to land at the airport and donate there. And what their answer was, they'll most likely throw it out because they already had a lot there.
Actually, don't you think it's like any sort of issue like in the Middle East and stuff? They centralize the resources and then distribute it to the most needed from there. Yeah. In other words, you secure it before you distribute it. Because if you don't, you're just going to get a run on things, and you're going to get people that are greedy
that say got help from your mate in a helicopter, right? He's got supplies from him, and then he's going to go to FEMA and say, "Well, actually, I've not got anything yet," and get more supplies from them, and then go to someone else.
Ooh,
But
That's why all these
David,
places
there's a
resort.
problem there. If I was to take supplies in myself and choose to give it to somebody, it's nobody else's business who I give it to.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that's the method or the thinking around it.
Well, the main reason why some people up there were getting pissed off, I mean, there was even YouTubers, big YouTubers, that were hauling trailers full of supplies up there, and they were even posting videos about how they were told by the local police to avoid FEMA areas and to go around them because they were seizing shit. And one of the YouTubers actually did an interview with one of the police officers who was a sheriff's deputy, and he said, he said, whatever you do, stay away from FEMA. He said, and he told him which route to take. He said, go around them. He said, because they're going to seize all your shit and they're going to pretend that they're the ones that brought it in. That's the thing, is people are getting pissed off because FEMA's seizing stuff, and then they're claiming that they're the ones that brought it in and they're paid for it and everything. And that's not the case. That's the same thing with the 30 Starlinks that got sent by Elon Musk.
Have
FEMA
dinners.
took credit for that.
Who's ice water? Is your ice water?
Because Elon
Dinner
posted
for
on
Don.
Twitter that he was sending
Dinner
in
for
30
Don.
Starlinks. And then hours later, FEMA said that they're the ones that paid for them and brought them in, which wasn't true.
Not
They were
always
donated.
true. Mike Hall, Ryan Hall, excuse me, brought in those Starlinks.
Pepper.
Was giving them out.
A bunch of people were,
water,
but I'm saying is
eat, you wanna
Elon
have-
donated 30 Enterprise satellite links for different areas, so like
And
communities
I
could get
heard-
together in one area and use the internet.
I heard Donald Trump try to get
Oh.
Elon Musk to bring in
I've
helicopters and bring
seen
them
this
in.
storyline before, Justin.
And FEMA
Get
told
the
him you
likes
have
of
to know
Randy
who
picking the internet.
the people are in order to give it to them or land.
Well, it's all right, people bringing in Starlink units, but somebody's still got to pay the subscription.
Well, like I said, the ones that Elon donated are all being paid for by him. Like they're covered by the company.
Them and the subscription.
And those were enterprise ones that can handle large amounts of traffic. And then what they were doing was setting up in like, they would go to like the main community hub where everybody's meeting to get supplies, and they'd set it up there. That way people could come and hook up to it with their phones,
And
get a hold of family
Walmart-
members, and then they could go about their business and let people know they're okay.
And then Walmart just set up 50 trucks worth of supplies.
Yeah, Walmart's got a hell of a distribution network too, because they already have distribution centers all over the country, so it's easy for them to move supplies
Oh,
around.
little girl. I didn't think about little girl.
They usually send in truckloads of water. That's usually what they send in. They'll bring in like 30 or 40 truckloads full of just pallets of water.
Little girl full of bowl. But she's not having salad stuff either.
It's still all PR though.
All everything is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming right into Bradenton, Sarasota area.
It's still right over the top of you then.
As far as the current track goes, yeah, still directly over me,
Baby girl.
because it's coming in here and I'm right here, so right in this right here. So the eye's gonna literally cut. It's just moving along this line right here.
Yeah,
And I'm
you
gonna
got
be
any
like,
rope?
I got some paracord. About
Yeah,
50
tie
feet.
yourself,
I
tie
got about
yourselves all
100,
together, and you hold on.
got about 100 feet of paracord. Dude, I was laughing when I seen people. Me and Sarah went over to her cousin's house this morning to cut some wood the last pieces of wood for the windows. Went over there, used a skill saw, and we were driving through their neighborhood, and they lived in a mobile home park, and all these people had like little tiny toe straps
guys
you would
later.
use in
I'm
the back
jumping
of your
off.
pickup truck. All right, later. And they were tying. They had 2 or 3 straps over their awnings coming off their house, trying to hold them down. And I was like, dude, those toe straps, one, are not rated for that kind of pressure. And 2, they're just going to fold around those straps like a fucking taco when the wind catches that thing and rips it up.
Takes half your house down with it.
Well, because a lot of those awnings on those trailers and even the houses, it's just thin sheet metal. So if you have a big strap over top of it, yeah, the strap might hold it, but if the wind catches it, it's just going to fold around that strap. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But they were literally using like inch wide toe straps. Those aren't rated, but for like maybe 1,000 pounds. But when you got that kind of wind pressing on something, it's just going to break those straps. Like if you're actually going to try to do that, you would want to use the big, 3-4 inch wide straps that you see like 18-wheelers using to strap loads down and shit, right?
Yeah.
Something that can hold thousands and thousands of pounds.
Yeah.
Justin likes big strap-ons. Oh, Donald, don't leave and then put that shit in the chat. What's up, Dusty? How's it going, man? How's it going in your area, Dusty? Since I last talked to you.
What time
He
is it
said
supposed
he
to
was
hit you now, Justin? Is it 8 o'clock our time? So it's 8
about around 2 a.m. is when the eye wall is about to go.
so that's 7
around.
o'clock our time.
Yeah, that'd be around the time it's supposed to go over us.
What, tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the morning, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's 7:30 here right now, so
Yeah.
it'd be in about 6 hours or so. It depends because the storm sped up a little bit too, so it could get here a little earlier.
No, it is.
Or it could,
12.
or it could slow down and get here a little later. It just depends. This storm has been doing nothing but crazy shit the entire time since it first became a hurricane. They have not accurately. They have not accurately tracked this thing hardly at all. Like as far as being accurate, like some of the other storms I've watched. Well, no. See, last few hurricanes, they weren't too bad at tracking them. They had a pretty good. They had a pretty good idea, and they had it landed pretty much where they thought it was going to. But this one, dude, this thing's just been zigzagging back and forth, and then going up in strength, down in strength, up in strength. And then when it moved all the way like way south of me, they were like, "Oh, there's no way it's going to go back north." And what did it do? It said, "Oh no, fuck you," and it went back north.
Yeah.
So like everything that they thought the storm was going to do, it just completely fucked them over 2 hours later after they said it. It did the opposite. Dusty said it's getting windy, 32 winds, 62 gusts, miles per hour. And Dusty said hi to you guys on the panel.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dusty. Stay safe.
No, it's too close now. I don't think it's going to directly hit Tampa. It looks like Bradenton, Sarasota, but that's still close enough to Tampa. Well, no. Yeah, it will skirt across Tampa, yeah, because it's going like this direction. So yeah, it'll definitely skirt across Tampa. I don't think the eye wall will go directly over Tampa. But like I said, who knows? The storm has been fucking retarded ever since it first started.
The eye wall. Does that mean it's owned by Apple?
No, because this is actually doing what it says it's going to do.
And it's definitely not owned by Microsoft because otherwise they'd have an update and have to stop for a bit. It just disappears off the map. It's like, what the hell? It just comes back on. Sorry, I had to restart.
No, to be
Look,
fair, if it was Apple, it'd have to stop a lot longer because I've noticed Apple updates take twice as long as Android updates.
Oh, don't they?
They also happen a lot more.
Yeah,
They've just
Apple
done
updates seem to
18
take
point-
fucking forever.
They've just done 18.0.1 yesterday or the day before. And they only went to 18 last week.
Well, 18 was because they had a few weeks back, they had that vulnerability with Apple. So they had to do a quick patch and update. So
Well, the
18.1 was probably what 18 was going to be.
No, 18.0.1 is a load of crap that it's added to it for the iPhone 16.
Well, what I'm saying is 18.1 was probably what 18 was going to be, but because they had to do that security patch, you've gotten two updates very close to each other.
Yeah.
Because there was some kind of vulnerability with Apple like 3 weeks or a month ago that they said that people could hack into your phone and actually take control of it.
Yeah.
It was some kind of hack they found.
Justin,
And
do you think
Apple
they-
was rushing to patch it because they warned everybody. They put a statement out that if you weren't updated to 18, to get updated immediately.
Do you think these storms here are affecting the pattern of this?
I have no. It's mostly that low, that what is it? The low pressure from up north pushing down.
Yeah, because you've got. Is this your next hurricane here, or is it this
No,
one?
those two are heading towards you guys.
That
Both
is
of those are curving out towards the Atlantic. Here, I'll show you those ones. Look, that's these two here. See, this one's going this way, and then this one's curving out this way. They're both going that direction.
So where's this next one that's going to hit you guys?
Because this one's crossing paths with Milton's path or future path right now. Joe was saying something about something below Cuba or something in a week or so. There was something brewing down here. I don't know enough about that though. I haven't seen anything on that yet.
What's that?
Oh, look at this camera. This thing's getting fucking blasted. This is Port Charlotte.
There's that water coming in. What time's the storm surge supposed to hit?
Right now for the next 8 or 10 hours.
Well, it's just going to keep going for 8 to 10 hours. Jesus.
Yeah, it's weird. Although the winds are like 150 miles an hour, the damn thing's only moving at about 15 miles an hour.
And it's huge. How big is it across there?
It's nearly the whole length of fucking Florida, according to this.
Like 100 miles across, isn't it, or more?
I don't think it's one of the biggest ones though. But all hurricanes are pretty fucking big and they'll cover most of Florida when they hit. I mean, it's a pretty big storm though, no doubt. The one thing that they were making such a big deal about it was because the last storm that took the same direction as Milton was back in 1921. So nobody from that time is still alive. So they're saying that that's why it's like they're calling it 100-year storm or 100 whatever storm they were calling it. And then now, as many tornadoes as it's sprouted out, they said that was a new kind of record too for the amount of tornadoes that came out of the damn thing.
Yeah. Well, this is what I was saying about these hurricanes, how they're heading this way. You can see normally at this time we're normally getting winds from the west and northwest. But
You need to get a different view, David.
It's coming straight from the north.
Yeah, you need to get yourself a different view because it would show you the paths of those. Because that doesn't really give you a lot of info. Can you put a
it does.
different view on that one?
Just let me go around to your hurricane. Come on, you stupid bloody thing. There you
Hold on.
go. So if I zoom round, it should, by clicking this, show me where that hurricane they think it's going to go. So this is 8 o'clock our time. It's right over the top of you.
All I can see is blue with a bit of green on it.
Yeah, that's not the best map in the world, but it works.
Here, David, try this app here. I just
Yeah, but
started
just
using
let
this
me
one
watch.
today.
You see what I mean? Once it gets out there,
No, that's not a very good map.
Try
it's showing you
the
where all the wind speeds are going and where it breaks up. Oh, that comes to the end.
yeah, try that link in
Just
the
put
chat there, David.
7:30 p.m.
You might like that one better because that one gives you a lot of options,
Detail.
like for different overlays and all that. You might like that one
But
better.
what you've got to remember, that one I've just used was the one I used to predict this storm hitting you on the 8th and 9th.
No, I'm saying if you just want a different visual,
Yeah.
try the one I put.
I mean, this is good for showing you where they expect it to track. Yeah. But this is only going to show me the next couple of hours, where that one shows me the next week. See,
No,
that
you
one
could do up
there,
to.
there's one here. It's in the North Atlantic. Is that? What the hell's that one? Post-tropical storm. That one's going to hit Paris. Oh, it's Storm Kirk. How the hell Storm Kirk over there if it came over us last night?
Hey, Brenda, how are you hanging
You know
in
what's
down
really
there?
what's really cool about that one that I use too is it's got the mileage thing on it. You can actually put a pinpoint down and then drag your cursor, and
Yeah,
it'll give
mine
you
does.
that exact mileage. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, mine does. It tells you the latest gusts up to 5 minutes ago. That's why I said you're currently getting speeds of 141 in this hurricane.
Gives you mileage, tells you how many miles to the gallon it's getting.
Fuck, that thing's getting 140 miles to a gallon. I want what it's having.
Yeah, you see, but that one you've set, share me the link, right? According to our Met Office and according to Thingy, Storm Kirk, as it now calling it, came across us last night. But according to your map, it's still going across, and it's actually going to go across France. It's not going to touch the UK.
Thought you said it was going to go north of us.
No, it moved. It went
Oh, no,
across the south of us last night.
Nah.
It was seriously.
Oh man, these
down
winds
here
are
last
starting
night.
to pick up now. This fucking poor moth on the screen out here is like fucking flapping around trying to survive. Oh yeah, the winds are starting to pick up like crazy now. You guys still there?
Do you see
Oh,
that
okay.
blue flash then in the distance?
Uh-huh. What about it?
What was that, lightning or was that a transformer going?
Probably a transformer. Because like I said, you don't get ground lightning in a hurricane. It's all up in the clouds. So you might see flashing from the clouds, or it most likely is a transformer.
So when was Storm Leslie?
I have no idea. You have to look that up. I'm not sure. There's been so
No,
many
that
hurricanes
would
in the
have-
past 20 years. I have no
Yeah.
idea.
No, Storm Leslie's on that map that you showed
That
me.
would have
and
to
it's
be
going
between.
across.
It would have to have been between Kirk and Milton.
Yeah, but
Okay.
apparently that's going to hit Spain, Portugal, and Spain.
Well, yeah, it's curved away. It's not coming towards us. Most of the
Yeah, that-
hurricanes, most of the hurricanes that come to us come from mainland
Uh,
Europe.
No, they come from Africa.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you add Africa and Europe together, they come from south of the equation, the equator.
Yeah.
I
What-
think it's kind of
Well, we're definitely
in
north of the
Europe.
equator. What I will say is most of the storms that hit Florida hit France and England.
Right, and then there's a high majority of hurricanes that will come off Africa and they'll spin up in the Atlantic and then they'll turn north. But once they go north, they hit those colder waters, it kills them almost instantly. And then they just become tropical storms or tropical depressions.
Yeah.
And then by the time they hit you
lower
guys,
level-
it's just a bad thunderstorm, a little
Yeah.
bit of wind.
Yeah, but at a lower level, we just get, like you said, a bit of thunderstorm, stuff like that.
Yeah, it'd be a storm like we would normally get that we would still go to the store in, right? Right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be no big deal.
But in the higher atmosphere, that's where it becomes a problem because it continues up and goes into the Arctic Circle and then whips that up and then sends us the cold weather. So if you could just pack it and send it to us, that'd be great. Because this
But
country,
those two, I was gonna say the two that are out in the Atlantic though, those never even got from those never actually I think reached us. Unless Leslie came off the East Coast and formed, I don't think it did though. I'm not sure about that one. I think those two came from Africa and then curved up, but if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I'm not a weatherman. I'm kind of learning this stuff as I go. So I've
Well,
been diving
like I
more
said-
into learning, trying to learn as much as I can.
yeah, I was able to predict this one off that other map. But according to that other map, there doesn't look like there's any more storms even brewing. But Joel says there's one off Cuba.
Yeah, I've heard it from other news sources about the Cuba one, but I haven't seen. It's just Milton's been such the big talk that they haven't really been talking about anything else. So
Yeah.
once Milton's gone, then it'll be disaster talk, and then if there's anything else brewing, that's going to be the next big story. So
Look at that shore now on the camera on that one you're showing. You can't even hardly see anything anymore.
oh, I know. Look at it. It's fucking nuts. The amount of wind, all that rain is smacking that camera.
Yep.
Tell you what, though, just looking at that, aren't you glad that when it gets to cold weather, it kills these storms? Could you imagine
Oh, yeah.
snow coming through with that wind? We'd be buried for months.
Oh, dude, they get blizzards like that are blinding with wind like that. Some places do. I don't know if they get like 100-mile-an-hour winds or anything, but I've seen blizzards where it was throwing snow like that.
Yeah, we get that in Scotland and up on the Pennines and Snowdonia in North Wales. When we started getting the 100-mile-an-hour winds. But we just call that. See, what you're getting now, we just call that blowing a gale. It's not actually classed as a storm. But yours is more a concentration of the wind. It's not where we'll get like gusts of 140 mile an hour, but then gusts are like 1-2 minutes apart. Your hurricane will be just constant, won't it?
Yeah, it's I mean, you do get gusts, but yeah, you can have sustained winds for a while too, where it's just nonstop sustained winds for a period of time. Yeah, definitely, especially the closer, like this one, they were saying if you were within 40 miles of the eye, that's like the worst winds. And then if you're on I can't remember which side's the worst side, but there's one side where the winds are the strongest.
That's the south side normally. And then the
I
north side.
don't remember. I can't never remember Which side it is, I always
Right, isn't it,
forget.
Paul?
What's
South
that?
side's the wind. South side's the windiest. North side's the wettest.
Yep.
I thought it went west and east, but I don't know.
Oh, fire.
Because it spins clockwise.
Does it?
That's
Unfortunately,
So
that's
as
not
it comes around the top, it dumps more water, and then it comes around the bottom, and it might pick up a little bit of water, but it's a cycle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's anti-clockwise. It spins.
Whereabouts?
Yeah. Counterclockwise. You're right.
Whereabouts is Cleveland?
It's in the north of England, isn't it?
I think hurricanes are like water too. I think depending on what side the
You
equator
heard
they're
about
on.
Cleveland, USA, or Cleveland?
We haven't got a Cleveland.
Yeah, we have. It's up near Newcastle.
Are you sure that's Cleveland?
Yeah, but you've got Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah, no, I'm on about America.
Yeah, Cleveland, Ohio. It's in Ohio.
So where the hell's that? Nowhere near the path.
No. Higher up.
I'm just wondering why the baseball game hasn't started, because they're supposed to be playing the Detroit Tigers and it's supposed to have started an hour ago. Well, nearly an hour and a half ago. And fucking old tickets, $125 is the cheapest ticket.
Let me just get that game up. Yeah, we'll tell you exactly what time it kicks off.
11:08.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to kick off anytime soon, Mark.
It doesn't kick off. It's a fucking baseball game.
Baseball. Oh, yeah. It's Dallas Cowboys versus Detroit Lions, I'm seeing. That's tonight at 9:30.
No, the Detroit Tigers are playing
The Tigers played already.
Cleveland Guardians.
The Tigers
That-
played and won.
That's American football, David. Jesus Christ, you're all confused tonight.
American baseball, the Tigers won 3-0.
You can't call it American baseball.
According to this, it starts at 23:08.
No, I watched it this afternoon. Maybe they're gonna.
Oh yeah, no,
replay it.
they play again tonight.
Oh, they got a double header.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, they playing at
Wait,
they're
hold
playing
on.
at
no,
They're playing at 11:08.
The next playoff game for Detroit Tigers
is October the 10th.
is Friday.
Hold on.
October the it says the 10th.
Mark.
When's
Right.
the 10th?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's,
yeah,
it's
that's
it's
tomorrow.
now, but,
The 10th
right,
is
just
tomorrow.
stop a minute.
Well,
I
it's
can
today,
explain this to
holiday.
you.
Yeah.
Mark,
it's they're
You're
they're
23
ahead of
hours
us, Paul.
early.
That's why. Yeah, it is tomorrow
It's-
for them.
yeah.
So that's why he was confused.
yeah, it's today
Well, it's
for
today
us.
for
and
us.
It's not for another 23
tomorrow.
hours.
Yeah.
That's why it's not kicked off or batted off or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, just because I just remembered it was 1-1 and now it's 2-1.
I could just imagine Mark turning up at the at the sporting venue like 24 hours early. Come on, you bastards! Come on, hurry up!
Well, no, they played tonight as well.
Yes, they played yesterday, like Paul said, and they play tonight.
Well, they played today, according to Paul, but they also played tomorrow, Paul. Not Friday, tomorrow.
Yeah, Thursday.
Yeah.
They play tomorrow at
Yes.
6:08 p.m.
Yeah.
So, Mark, our time, they played on Wednesday, our time, and they
Yeah.
won 3-0.
Yeah.
Now they play today, Thursday, 10th our time,
Yeah.
and again,
And it's the best of 5 series. If Detroit wins tomorrow, there will not be
They-
another game.
Yeah, they go through.
You know, every time I see one of these,
So, what happens to all the people who bought tickets for game 3 and 4, 4 and 5 if they don't have a game 4 and
refunded.
5?
they get refunded. Bit
Well,
like
today
cricket.
today was game number 3. Number 4 is
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yes,
Because
but they get
the
refunded,
Guardians
bit
won
like
the first
cricket.
game, the Tigers
Yeah,
won
true.
the
Yeah.
next 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, if the Tigers win tomorrow, what happens for all those people that have
They
tickets
probably
for
get a
game
refund.
5?
They get a refund.
Hell, that's a hell of an administrative cost.
You know, I laugh every time I see one of these people doing sign language because did you ever hear about that one chick? And I want to say it was might have been here in Florida, or one of the places they were doing a news briefing like this. And the lady didn't
I
actually,
see DeSantis is on, huh?
yeah, but they had a lady a few years back who got in trouble because she claimed to know sign language and she got up there and started doing it, and all these people who were deaf started getting a hold of the news station,
Wasn't that
and they were
Nelson
letting them know.
Mandela?
No,
Nelson
it was
Mandela's
recent.
funeral that happened. That you had this guy
No,
claimed he could do all the sign, well, woman, and she was doing all signs. She was telling people to fuck off and all sorts.
no. This lady, they literally called into the news station and said it was complete gibberish. It didn't make any sense. She was literally signing nothing.
Yeah.
And she told everybody she knew how to do sign language. She was up there. And if you actually go back and watch it, you could tell she didn't know what the hell she was doing.
Yeah, and
Like, I
happened
don't
at
even
Nelson
know.
Mandela's funeral as well.
I don't
It
even
was
know how to
funny as
read
fuck.
lines. I don't even know how to read sign language, but then I was watching her and you could totally tell she was making it all up on the fly.
Yeah, flicking her arms everywhere.
Yeah. And so every time I see one of them doing that, it makes me I'm not laughing at deaf people. I'm just laughing at because I think about that story.
I like the what's it the sketch that Jeff Dunham did with Peanut. Jeff Dunham did with Peanut. And he says that they were at one theatre and just standing in front of the front row was a guy facing the audience. He said, and every time he said something, Peanut said something, this guy did all sorts of weird things. And it turned out they brought a pile of deaf people to watch a ventriloquist and brought a signer. Yeah.
Oh my God.
What they're going to do next? Take a load of blind people to see David Copperfield. The guy's there going, the elephant
Here it is.
disappeared. It just
So it was
disappeared.
I found it. It was a Tampa Bay police were doing I just put the link in the chat, but they were doing a press conference. And it was 6 years ago. Well, yeah, like I said, it wasn't too long ago. I thought it was here in Florida, but yeah, it was in Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Isn't Tampa Bay in Florida?
Yeah. That's why I said I remembered it was in Tampa Bay, or I remembered it was in Florida. I was almost positive it wasn't the state government that was doing a news briefing. I was pretty sure it was local. I was trying to remember.
Yeah, and so what's it?
Oh, Brenda.
Peanut started making certain, well, just speaking random words that made no sense whatsoever. And the signers there just translating it, and all the deaf people are going, huh? What? Hey? And then then he started just moving his mouth and not saying anything. So the signers doing nothing, and the deaf people are going, "Go on, what's he saying?"
Right, go on, just what you're saying.
Oh, I was just saying Brenda's getting 80-mile-an-hour gusts up at her house, up at her place right now.
Again, Brenda, stay safe.
Just a mild breeze then so far.
I mean, as long as she doesn't have anything that's a threat to her house like trees or anything, she should be okay. Her house should be able to withstand 80-mile-an-hour winds. It's not overly bad.
Oh, I forgot. Your houses aren't solid. Yeah.
What are you talking about? They're made out of brick. Big ass bricks.
Cinder
They're
block.
made out of huge
Yeah,
cinder
made-
blocks.
Made out of cinder block. That is not a brick.
Yeah, but those are huge.
they just, yeah, no, but they're not bricks. They don't have the same strength as bricks.
No,
They
and we
just
use
have-
cinder blocks.
They just
as well.
have. We use cinder blocks as an internal wall and then a brick external wall on new builds now. But in the old days, it would have been two different brick walls joined together with ties.
Well, what's good about cinder blocks is, say, if you were designing your own house and you could build it
They're
to your
bigger.
specs, obviously you have to follow building codes, but say you wanted to build your own house out of cinder block, you could do rebar inside of it and actually fill it full of concrete if you really wanted to. Then you'd have a really tough fucking wall because they got the big holes in the center of them.
Yeah, they have.
If you ran rebar through there and then dumped concrete down in them, that would be one pretty solid wall. But I
then
mean,
again,
they're pretty
you could-
solid as it is. I mean,
You could always get the thermalite blocks, which are solid anyway, and have better insulation properties.
Well, down here, they've built a whole housing estate, over 300 houses of these flat pack houses like they build in America, but these ones, they've been flat packed, brought into the site, and then put up with brick around them. And then the company put a hold on it when they were all built and didn't put the roofs on, and they've had to knock every one of them down.
Yeah, we have a housing estate in Withenshaw built out of them that was done just after the war.
Oh, the tin houses.
Which was supposed to be temporary housing, which is
Yeah.
still there. Yeah,
Yeah, I was brought up in a tin house. They were great.
They were noisy.
We actually tunneled through to our next door neighbour through the wardrobe. Old Edmund, it was called.
Dusty,
Nowadays, he'd be arrested, but back then, we used to sneak through and get sweets off him.
yeah, Dusty TJ was actually in the live stream.
Yeah, that doesn't
like
sound
way before you came in.
weird at all.
So he let us know he was all right. But thanks for letting us know. He was in here like way before you came in. He left probably maybe an hour, a half hour before you came in the chat.
He was
He was letting us know TJ was okay, but he didn't realize. I
Yeah.
don't think he knew TJ was
Yeah,
actually
TJ.
in the live stream.
Yeah, I
'Cause
don't
he
know.
said
I don't know whether Uncle Bill let anybody know how he is, if he can.
Yeah,
he
Donald
did. He
actually
posted
updated
TJ.
us earlier.
Yeah, you messaged TJ.
Yeah, Donald's actually gave us the update earlier, though. He said he talked to him and he said that a tornado did come through his area, but it didn't hit his immediate area. So it hit over by the airport, which he doesn't live near the airport. So
Yeah,
he was,
because he's apparently his wife was excited because they've been there 9 years and they haven't been hit by one yet.
I don't know if I'd get
Oh, what
excited
are they
about
talking
that.
about?
But
No, I wouldn't either. But I mean, his wife's Filipino, so you know.
No, back in the 80s, 90s, tornadoes in the UK were a very, very rare thing, like once every 2 to 4 years. Now, you get 20, 30 a year.
I don't know. We had one in Staley Bridge that ripped the roofs off some houses.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. You get 20 or 30 now a year.
Brenda said now the gusts are up to around 110. Now they're or 100, she said. So yeah, now they're starting to get into a little dangerous.
Yeah,
but still manageable.
It's starting to get to the point where you shouldn't be using an umbrella.
Yeah. Well, in Scotland, anyway.
Like I said, that's starting to get into dangerous territories where you got to be definitely more cautious.
I do think we need to have a bit more understanding that a hurricane wind is never going in the one direction. It's always a swirl, which is why it causes more damage. Where a gale force wind over here, yes, it could get up to 150, 180 mile an hour, but it's a straight line wind. It's just goes
Yeah,
through.
I mean, when you consider it, the fact that it's nearly 100 miles across at any particular point, it's still a straight line wind. It's going in a swirl, but it's a 100-mile diameter swirl.
Well,
Yeah, true.
but
That is true, though.
But you've got to remember, it's swirl within swirls. What you see on these radar maps is just a straightforward hurricane swirl, but there's winds within that, which is why you end up with your tornadoes.
I don't think you get tornadoes in a hurricane.
Have you missed the entire live stream?
You actually do get tornadoes.
Dude, we've had over 100 tornado warnings and 10. Last time I checked, there was 10 confirmed on the ground.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they come off. They swirl off.
Yeah, well, they won't be in the main part of the hurricane. They will be on the outside edges, though, won't they?
Yes, exactly.
The bands, yeah, but the thing now, they are limited to the size they can get. I think that because the physics of a hurricane is kind of working against it to a certain extent. I think they can only get up to like an F2 on average, which is still bad. I mean, I'll still rip your fucking house apart. But that's better than an F5, obviously, coming through, right? Same as a hurricane. Cat 2 is better than Cat 5. But yeah, you can get tons of them like that. That's why they said this storm was unprecedented for the amount of tornadoes this thing has sprouted and warnings they got today of circulation in the clouds. It was insane. Like when I was watching Ryan Hall earlier, he was trying to update every single one as they were coming in, but they were coming in so quick, he was having trouble keeping up with them. As soon as he would say, all right, we're going to look into this one, and he'd click over to it and he'd start talking about it, and he was showing you where to watch out for. Dude, 2 or 3 more would come in. Like, that's how quick they were coming in. He was having trouble keeping up with them. Yeah, Dusty said we're setting a record, exactly. I'm sure you have, Brenda, but be safe anyway. So I hope you're all right.
So has it hit land further south than it was thought?
North.
No, it was starting to go more south, and they were telling everybody, oh, I can't go back north now because of that low pressure from the north, but then it went right back up north again.
Yeah.
Right on back over, because it was, so originally yesterday, it was 22 miles above me yesterday morning. And then it went right directly over me, and then it dropped about 20, 30 miles below me. And then it went back right back. Now it's back up where we're at. And that's where it's been staying so far. Like I said, this storm has just done some weird shit. Like, it's been all over the place. Like I said, the last few hurricanes, they were pretty decent on the prediction. They weren't too far off. They were pretty good. But this one, it was like every time they said, oh, it's not going to do this, the storm pretty much put the middle finger up to him and said, yeah, I'm going to do what I want to do. And it did exactly the opposite of what they said it was going to do. So
I thought originally it was supposed to be hitting land north of where Dusty and Brenda
are. Yeah, they're lower than me though. So
yeah, but if it's hitting them,
no, it's hitting north of them
because of the size of it.
It's just they're just getting the remnants of it. Yeah,
the outer bands of it. Yeah, because it's like David said earlier, it's covering damn near probably 89% of the state.
Yeah.
So
Literally all of Florida. Just look on that on Dusty's screen. All of Florida's disappeared under that red shit.
Yeah, about the only.
TJ's
Hold on,
on completely the other side, isn't he?
So TJ's over in this area here. Now, this is about the only part of the state from here over that's not really covered by it right now. So you do have a good chunk up here, but dude, I feel bad for North Carolina. I hope they don't get a bunch of rain because they got some of it up there rolling around too. I hope that's not bringing a bunch of rain to them because they do not need it. Originally, they were saying it wasn't going to touch them at all, but yeah, there it is. You can clearly see the clouds are going up that way. Dude, the way this storm's been acting, I wouldn't be surprised if this bitch don't go out in the Atlantic and come back and say, "Up, round 2, back for more." That would not surprise me at this point.
Yeah. Pops back in and goes, "Hey, you remember me?"
Whereabouts is it supposed to be disappearing out of the states then?
Hey, Trevor, how's it going? We don't have.
At its current track, it's supposed to just be going right off the East Coast out into the Atlantic.
Trevor's here,
Straight
but
out.
he's got no microphone.
So they
Hey,
rarely
Trevor.
get up as high as New York or anything like that.
No, but they have hit up that way before.
No, this one is
It's not
supposed to
super
spiral out
common.
and go north of us.
Yeah, it's supposed to go straight. It's supposed to shoot out almost straight out into the Atlantic quite far,
Yeah.
and then start curving up north.
And it curves up north and it goes through Iceland. It hits the
Hello, Trevor.
the Arctic and then brings
Good
us
morning.
across.
Morning or evening, whichever side of the world you're on. But like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if this bitch don't come back, swing out there and come back and be like, "Yeah, I just forgot my keys. I'm just coming back to grab my keys. Just forgot my wallet."
No, it pops back in and goes, "Sorry, I forgot to blow this fence over."
Yeah, I just come back to get my spare.
Yeah.
So how you doing, Trevor?
Fine, thanks. At least we're not having storms and stuff like that over here. Yet, because
You got a
we've got
couple of them swirling out just west of you.
yeah, well that's not they won't be a bother for the moment. They're actually our cyclone season doesn't start for another couple of months, and but they're saying that due to the warmer sea temperatures, that we could have a bad season when it comes to cyclones. So we've got that to look forward to.
Yeah, Dominic was saying earlier that it looks like it's going to be an earlier cyclone season.
Now, but the briefing I've actually had, because I'm with the within the emergency services here in our state, the briefing we've actually had is it will be at the normal start time, but they're going to start strong, and to keep an eye off on our east coast for the bad ones this year. The sea surface temperatures are very high, and that's what's they're kind of, in your case, feeding Milton at the moment, straight after a previous hurricane, which would have cooled things down a little bit. You wouldn't have thought that you would have got something the strength of Milton within a week and a half of you getting Helene. But you'll find that this one, once it actually hits land, it's going to drop. The energy will drop out of it quite quickly, and I like the way it's actually lining up with Justin's house nicely. No, put it this way: I don't want to see your house get damaged, but it's lining up perfectly.
Yeah.
It is.
It's off one side, then it's off the other, and then it comes back. Yes,
he's not really all that bothered.
Yeah.
Trevor.
He's going to set it up like the Free Pigs story where it goes,
3 pigs.
Uh-huh.
Blow
And
your
I'll
house
blow-
down.
And I'll blow your house down.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Trevor
Yeah, you
just,
would have
Yeah.
think I.
just
you
is
would've
not
think I-
too bothered about it because it's not his house, it's his mother-in-law's.
No, but you would have thought I stole the hurricane's iPhone and it was tracking me.
Yeah. Yeah. Justin gets in his car, just nip into the shop and follows him.
But you're talking about these flat pack buildings. We had a good case here about 3-4 years ago where they were building up this new estate, and it was all flat pack homes where they
They're
actually
flat back homes.
they lay out the concrete on the ground and
It's like
kind
buying it's like buying furniture from IKEA.
Yeah. Literally, it's already built for you and it comes on a big lorry. and
Oh,
you
they're
just stick it together.
modular homes. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And what actually happened is they were building the last of the 10 of them, and the strength comes in the when the roof goes on. And they hadn't done any of the roofs yet, and they were putting up the side walls of the last one, and they had an accident, and the whole lot went down in a domino effect. Very, very expensive little accident. Apparently, the crane lifting the last wall in place hadn't shackled up properly, and subsequently, it fell the wrong way, and you had a domino effect. You couldn't have planned it better.
Yeah, and the thing over here as well with them, because of Grenfell, the big tower block fire, the government are moving away from the idea of prefab because prefab are notorious for going up in smoke. It'll start in one room, but spread pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's one of those things. They're quick up and quick. Very quick to build homes, but
more quicker to come down.
You've only got to get a very minor shake, and they'll fall down. We've got a couple of shopping centres that were put up in record time because of this technology, and I can guarantee if we ever have a shake of the ground, I'm going to be out of that building so quick it's not funny, because I know the only thing holding the side walls in is the actual roof structure, and the where it's footed on the ground. And you get the swaying back and forth, and it will come away. So
man, Brenda,
it's more likely to actually come down.
I was just I hope she's okay, Brenda. Her daughter just lost power in Tampa. So, are you still able to contact on her phone at least right now? Because I know some of the cell towers, they run off of generators, so sometimes those are still working.
How come it's at Tampa already? Doesn't it have to go through Tampa?
Well, yeah, but I'm saying it's knocked power out already in Tampa is what I'm saying. Her daughter's there.
Mark, it was in Tampa about an hour ago.
Yeah, you got to look at the lead winds. That'd be the big killer.
Hey, Justin, that's the guy standing on the shore at Madeira Beach, Florida.
Well, I thought Tampa was north of.
What an idiot,
Justin.
No, Tampa is east of me, and then Orlando's slightly north of me. So no, sorry, Tampa's west of me, and then if you go over, you hit me, and then Orlando's to the east of me, but slightly north. It's like northeast of me. So I'm in the middle of both of them. Orlando's just a little bit more north of me than Tampa is. But this is what I don't understand, Trevor.
If it's hitting Tampa now, it should be hitting you at any minute.
No.
Well, within the next couple hours, yeah.
He's about 6 to 7 hours away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not hitting Tampa quite yet. It's right there. It's getting there though.
Yeah.
Like
the lead winds are actually hitting Tampa, coming up from your south. So kind of getting those lead winds, and then the kind then the wind literally turn in the opposite direction once that eye goes through. So you think you're nicely safe. You've survived the first part, and only to be blown in the opposite direction. So anything that was loosened up falls over when the second lot of winds come through.
Right.
We had it with the Cyclone Tracy back in '72. That one, a lot of people. The wind stopped.
I've
And
already checked it. So.
It went dead calm. People went outside, etc. And then then the winds took off in the other direction within minutes.
Right.
And
I do want to ask
that's
one
what caused
question
most of the deaths.
before we move on
Yep.
too far. That guy that was still on the seafront that Paul just shown, right? If something happens to him, if he ends up in the sea, they ain't going to go and try and rescue him, are they? They're just going to leave him there. Say it's your own stupid fault.
Exactly.
No, they're not going to be able to do anything, dude. So when you're in the height of the hurricane, dude, it's literally like the movie The Purge. There is no first responders. Once, like in my area, once the winds get over, I think it's once you get sustained winds over, I think 60 miles an hour, they won't even respond.
Well, he
anymore.
was just his statement was that winds were gusting where he was up to 120 miles an hour.
Because you got to remember, dude, these fire trucks are just like 18-wheelers. They get out there into a high of winds and it'll blow them over. And then you got first responders stuck out in the storm.
Yeah.
So they can only respond to such high winds, and then they have to cut it off and say, so if you're somebody that has a heart attack in your house in the middle of the storm, dude, you're kind of screwed. You better hope whoever's in the house with you knows CPR and keep you elevated till you can get to a hospital.
Oh, that'll be the ultimate swat, won't it? You have a heart attack, get the defibrillator. Are you ready? Shocking in, power goes out. Oh, fuck.
But those defibrillators are actually got batteries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got one in the back of the work vehicle. They've got to have their battery changed every couple of years.
That's good, Brenda.
But when it comes to cell towers, you'll probably find that most of those over in the US, especially down in Florida, they'd be stupid if they didn't actually have a lot of backup power, probably in battery form, at the tower site itself. Because, but you're looking at your radar images and stuff like that. I believe Tampa's where one of the major radars is, so that would also have to have backup power. But one of the first things to go out with something like this is your electrical power.
Trevor, where are you located?
I'm in Port Lincoln, South Australia. So
South Australia, okay.
Yeah, but I get to go to a lot of these places when they post the storm to actually help out the other emergency services in those areas.
So you're kind of like an on-call first responder?
Well, put it this way, I'm with what we call our state emergency service. We take care of storm and tempest. So things like flooding, trees falling over, all of that type of stuff.
Is it kind of voluntary?
Yeah, well, my role is voluntary, and what actually happens is after a big event, they call for people from all over the country, and we fly in and aid those up in Queensland. And it's like we had people from Victoria come over and help us with our big Murray River flood recently, or about a year and a half ago now. But there's we help each other out because after an event like this, you've got to have the numbers to actually go ahead and get people rescued as quick as possible, and getting the roads back open and stuff like that. So yes, you can get those fire trucks in, or you can go ahead and get your ambulances and stuff to people. I know in Queensland they actually, if they've got a cyclone warning, etc., they give people warning that after it gets to a certain time, that's a cutoff point. There will be no emergency response until such times as the front has passed. I believe Florida, you had a big evacuation of a lot of your residents. I'd like to know where
Yeah.
they put them all.
Today and yesterday, the traffic was terrible coming out of there.
Where did they put them all?
It's a big country.
I know it's a big big country, but
Well, the
trying to-
problem they were having was
They just have to find
a
their
lot
own.
of them
Send some
couldn't
back
be-
over the
they were
wall.
running out of gas to try and get out of town.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
They
you
find-
look.
I think they have to find their own places to stay. They don't actually. It's not an official
Well, the
evacuation.
thing of it is depending upon, like, I know some churches and stuff like places like that open their doors to allow them in, but you know, if their houses are destroyed, they're going to be out for a long time.
Yeah. And that's
See,
that's
this
one
is-
of the this
Oh,
is
go
one
ahead.
of the biggest problems, the displaced public, because not only have you got the people that were displaced by Helene,
And
that
Kurt.
have got to have accommodation. Now you've actually got Milton as well. That there's definitely going to be some people because the storm surge is going to be
Yep.
quite nasty.
And we've got our illegal immigrants too. So
Oh Jesus!
Well, yeah.
they're sleeping underneath the
How the
bridges.
fuck did that get in the conversation?
Well, because you know, if you talk about the masses, talk about the local population being displaced, but you already have these millions of people that are displaced too.
Yeah.
But
You probably find that after the hurricane's gone, you've suddenly gained about 3 million illegal immigrants who came in behind it.
Oh God, let's not go there.
No, but
there's
one
got-
thing I don't understand here in Florida is if you build a new house, it has to be rated to a certain building code for hurricanes, right? But yet they allow these fucking trailer parks. Like RV parks, I understand because those can be moved very relatively easy. But trailer parks, I still don't understand why they even fucking allow those because it's the first thing they tell people in trailer parks. Get the fuck out when a hurricane comes.
He's calling
And
a
it's like-
motorhome park a trailer park.
Well, and it's like, why do you even allow those?
Well, no, we don't.
Like,
We call them static caravans, and they actually have to be brought on site on the back of a low loader, like a flatbed 18-wheeler.
Yeah, well, they bring them in here on like four wheels, four sets of wheels, and then they block them up, take the wheels and the everything off, and then set them down in there, and then strap them down.
Yeah, even
But
though
the
they've got
thing
their
is-
own wheels, they can't actually be towed because for a
right,
start,
but
they're too wide.
the thing is my whole point is the walls on those type of homes are paper thin compared to obviously a home that's made out of brick
DJ,
or
Yeah, they're
made
not-
out of cinder block. And why they even allow new homes like that is beyond me. I think it's stupid because those are
Yeah.
the places that get devastated.
those big
the,
mobile
the
homes,
walls will be about
those
2
big mobile homes can be towed down
Right.
the road with escorts.
He's
and
saying-
they do move them down the road. They're 14 foot wide, I think, 18 feet wide, and they can move them down the road.
Right, but you got to remember our streets are a lot wider than theirs. Like,
Yeah, they're not allowed to tow them over here. They have to be transported on a wagon.
and not all of them over here. And a lot of them over here, a single wide can be towed as a wide load down the road. Now, if it's a double wide, it actually comes in two
Comes in
pieces
two
and they'll
parts.
tow each piece
Two sections.
separately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, guys, I'm gonna drop off. Justin, stay safe.
I
DJ?
just got here, David. I just
Yeah,
got
and
here.
TJ, I need you to do me a favor. I want you to go outside
I
Look
laughed.
straight at the hurricane and laugh at it. Just piss it off. When it goes over Justin, he gets his wig blown off.
That's funny.
On that note,
Oh,
I'll speak to you all on
See,
Friday.
David's been waiting
It
for you
won't
to
be
show
tomorrow.
up, TJ.
David's what?
Been waiting for you to show up so he could leave.
I'll see you later.
So you're back on Friday.
We're
are you?
out tomorrow all day, so
Okay, David.
see you Friday.
Walk straight into the hurricane. and
Well,
laugh at it.
I tried, like I said, I tried using my leaf blower earlier, but the battery was obviously not big enough. I figured enough of us get out there with leaf blowers, we could blow the hurricane the other direction.
I don't think that works. I'm sure if that would scientifically work, somebody would have already invented one big enough to do it.
Well, TJ, if you grab your outdoor big canopy and hold on to it, I bet you could fly.
Oh, yeah.
Get out there and shoot the potato gun at it.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. Just go into the center of the hurricane and just shoot a potato right into it.
Well, at least you wouldn't have
See if
to.
it comes back as French fries.
I don't know, maybe.
I got told, yeah, use that as an excuse to launch potatoes at your neighbor's house. It was the hurricane.
But well, TJ, you could always take up kite surfing today and have your first lesson.
Oh yeah,
and but I can guarantee you'll be the first person to fly internationally by kite surfing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or just get one of
You'll be
those
going-
like one of those boards that you stand on and do kite surfing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might be going pretty fast around in a circle, but it'll take you about weeks to get to the UK.
Like,
But you'll get
"Whoa,
there."
look, I'm in the UK already. This is awesome.
But yes,
How fast is it actually moving along the ground?
I think it's moving at, I want to say, well, before, I don't know right now, but at one point it was moving at like 15 or 20 mile an hour, which is pretty quick.
Hey Paul, were you ever to pull up the Teeny Martini bar to see what was going on down there? It's
I think
not
the
flooded down
camera
there yet, is
doesn't
it?
exist anymore.
They took the camera down.
Oh, I wonder why they took the camera down.
They haven't
Because I
had
think
that
I
in a
actually
long
did.
time.
I think I did go on I googled Teeny Martini bar and said their camera's offline.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been offline for a while, for like months and months.
They're waiting for you to come and fix it.
Well, it was either that.
TJ to the rescue.
Da, 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 da.
yeah, I think the storm surge is going to hit your coast quite badly. That will probably do most of the damage.
Jody.
That's something that you really Florida should be looking at some form of way of taking the strength out of the storm surge, so that it doesn't hit the shore as big. I know that there's one of the Middle Eastern countries that that's actually built a seawall which doesn't come all the way to the top, but it's they've actually got specially designed concrete pieces down at the seabed, coming up a fair way, which actually takes all the energy out of the waves.
Yeah, I know which ones you're talking about. They look like the jacks from like the game, the jacks game almost, but they're, you know what I'm talking about, the the ball and jacks game that kids used to play back in like the 60s
Oh
and shit.
yeah.
It
Yeah,
that
kind of
was
looks
pretty
like
fun.
the
I used
little
to play
metal
that.
jacks, but they're concrete. I just can't think of what the hell the names of them are. Hold on. I know what he's talking about though.
Yeah, they're just like little jacks. But is there a certain name for the jacks or something? Or a
Hold on,
specific name?
I'm gonna see if I can find a name for them. I can't remember what the name is. They're Helicon seawall construction.
Oh.
I think this is it. Hold on. No, that's not it.
Seawall repair. All right.
Damn it! Hold on.
But the great part of it is that it actually takes all the energy out of the waves, so that then you don't have the driving force on your actual shore when it finally gets there. And that's what's causing Florida most of these problems. The last few hurricanes you guys have actually had, where you've had the storm surge causing most of your damage. That could be mitigated.
These right here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they pile them up too. Sometimes they'll just pile them up in big ass piles, and then when the water hits it, it disperses the energy from them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually watched a video on those about 2 weeks ago. They were talking about those.
Because you look at it, most of the houses from Helene that were lost were due to the storm surge. So if you can save 75% of your losses by putting that type of technology in, it's got to be a worthwhile investment. It's one of these things. We're going to get ever increasing ones. Thailand just recently had quite a significant.
Later, Brenda.
Yeah, Thailand just recently had quite a significant storm go through, and they claimed 150 odd lives there, and that was never been seen before type winds and stuff like that for there. So we're obviously and some are blaming climate change. Whatever is actually causing the problem. I'm not going to get into the climate change debate. But whatever's causing the problem, we're going to have to look at taking steps to mitigate the risks, so that we can actually lessen the impact. We're not going to get rid of the impact totally, but if we can lessen the impact, then insurance companies might start covering you for some of the problems. I know.
Must be way behind in the chat or in the live stream. Well, and then the one major problem as humans alone is like, 80 humans are just naturally attracted to living by water. That's why they say, like, was it like 80% of the world's population lives near water? Lives along the ocean, like the shores of the ocean and shit.
Yeah,
it's like we just want to live there, but then that's you get problems like this, right?
The other reason is that before road networks were invented, water was the only way to carry goods from one place to another.
Right. Yeah, because you didn't have long distance roads connecting areas. Yeah.
So most big towns are actually built on rivers.
When you look at it, a lot of people they're attracted to the coastline because they like to go out in their boat on the weekend or whatever, or go fishing. I'm actually in a coastal town, but I'm lucky. I'm very shielded on all sides. So the chances of me getting washed away is well, let's put it this way. I don't think it will happen. Especially knowing I actually live a fair bit up a hill from the beach line, so I think I'm safe.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's pretty good.
I think it's amazing. I've just worked it out. Like it's 4,220 odd miles from Orlando to Manchester. So at 20 miles an hour, it's going to take that hurricane 9 days to get to the UK.
Yeah.
If it goes direct.
Yeah.
Right, but it won't be a hurricane by the time it hits them. Water's too cold up there. It's just going to be like a tropical depression or something.
Yeah, it's going to be slowly but surely tracking towards the cold stuff.
Why does everything got to
and
be
then it will die.
What's that, TJ?
What?
Why does everything got to be depressing?
Well,
depression.
I guess.
Oh, Jesus Christ. TJ, come to the camera. Where's Joe at?
No, but you know what I'm saying. Like you say, tropical depression, and then there was the Great Depression. Like everybody was like depressed or something. Like
well,
they were depressed.
Depression.
The tropical storms are fun, so it's not tropical happiness.
Well, when you think of tropical, you're like, oh, this is gonna be awesome.
It's called a tropical giggle.
Tropical giggle. I like tropical happiness.
Excuse TJ, chat.
But well, it gets its name depression from the fact that the barometric pressure drops right down to near to a very low level in the middle and comes back up again on the other side.
Yeah, that's
So
it. Maybe
that's how
maybe you should try curing it by throwing Prozac into it.
TJ's problem, he's all hopped up on Valium trying to make it through the storm.
Here comes Dre.
Yeah,
Dre's
yeah.
gonna fix you guys all up. Dre.
Like, you don't have to be depressed. We're all how my happy pills.
TJ just asked why it's called a tropical depression. It should be.
And he asked why it was called the Great Depression. Was everybody depressed?
Why is everybody?
What
Why
do
is
you prefer?
everybody
We
everything
call
so
it the
depressing?
words like we use words like plague and other things like that. That'd be a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
Tropical plague. There you go.
Yeah.
Tropical plague.
Amounts to about the
That's
same
funny.
thing. Kills everything in its path.
TJ just wants to be Mr. Happy.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Brenda's a little bit. I don't know if she refreshed her stream, but she was answering stuff quite late. So I think she was about 5 minutes behind. So hopefully she refreshed her stream.
when it goes over to the top of your place, Justin, go outside and see if it's laughing.
I'm gonna go out there, do the Florida man
laughing,
thing, hold the. I'll show you what I'm gonna do. Hold on. Actually, this would be something TJ would do. Let me find it real quick. There's TJ.
Yes. Please don't be as stupid as that guy. Especially knowing you've still got a lot of debris around from your previous events over there, and that stuff becomes airborne.
No, couldn't you just see TJ standing out there like that? All of a sudden, the pallet just smacks him out of nowhere. Like a Walmart pallet comes flying down the street.
That's funny. That's pretty good.
Well, how's your night going, Dre?
Oh, just got to eating one of my favorite meals, beans and weenies.
Nice. Nice.
That sounds like a hurricane meal.
Yeah, I know.
What was it?
It's like I'm
You
eating,
said-
I'm eating in solidarity to you guys.
There you go.
You was eating beans and weenies, you said?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that
One of
a
One of my
pint
favorites.
baked beans and cocktail
Yep.
sausage?
Yep.
Yeah.
Chopped up hot dogs with some baked beans.
That's it. Wonderful.
Yeah.
What, did that just take you back to your college days, TJ? You looked a little freaked out when he said that. It's like beans and weenies. That's not what we did in college. I remember that game with all the guys.
Yeah.
Hey, you just gave it a whole new meaning, Justin.
Ray, I hope you're having it on toast.
What's that, Mark?
Are you having it on toast?
No toast involved in this one.
Oh, you
I
should.
got a tall glass of some ginger tea and my beans and weenies.
Couple of slices,
Actually,
and then just pour a tin of beans and sausages over the top of it.
Actually, to be honest, the type of food that Mark and them eat over there, that's perfect hurricane food. Easy, quick, slap together. Survival food right there.
Mm-hmm.
And just like a UN ration.
Yeah.
Trouble is, bread goes up quick if you don't keep it in the fridge.
Yeah.
And if all you're going to do is toast with it, the best way to keep bread is in the freezer.
We use our bread too quick for it to go bad. I don't know. Our bread's probably got chemicals and shit you're not allowed to have in yours. For ours, probably stays
Yeah,
good
most
longer.
likely. Yeah. In fact,
We get a
it's-
lot of preservatives in our food, so it doesn't tend to go bad too quick.
that's actually a good way of filling up your freezer when you need to create the lack of empty space in it, is to put a load of loaves of bread in it.
I always thought you just need to go shopping.
There is that.
Hey,
look.
Justin,
No.
But
See, Dave,
if you're more
Sure.
worried about the fact that your power's going to go out and you want the cold to stay in your freezer for as long as possible,
Right.
then bread is a nice, non-expensive, disposable
insulator.
Hey Justin, show Paul what I would do because he missed it.
Hold on, I'm not at my computer right now. I'm outside checking stuff.
He's outside dancing between the
I gotta
raindrops.
worry about that. No, I'm trying to keep an eye on the back porch, make sure it doesn't flood into the back porch. Keep an eye on the sandbags back here.
No,
No,
is that what you're calling them these days? Sandbags?
A little PTSD again there, TJ.
It's just checking the machine gun position.
No,
like Peter Griffin, like they keep saying like is that what they're? I thought they were. What did he say? I thought they were something from keeping water from floating underneath my bum or something. Whatever. I forgot what the hell he said.
no, he said that's what your testicles are for. They're little sandbags to keep water from going into your bum.
Blocking the flow.
That's funny.
No, all I'm saying, Mark, is like David always gives me crap about the stuff we put in our foods, but to be fair, all the Brits I know, you guys have the stomachs of Americans, so your food must not be much healthier.
It's healthier. Yeah.
You guys will fit in right over here.
Yeah. It's no less fattening, but it hasn't got all the dodgy chemicals in it.
Now, I would say a lot of countries have definitely more Western countries have adopted more of American type eating habits because obesity has become an issue in a lot of Western countries now.
Yeah, well, you just blame McDonald's for that.
Yeah, but even your guys' shit over there would probably be different still, though, too.
But
Like you're good.
I don't think our McDonald's tastes the same as yours.
Well, I don't know because
I've never tasted yours, but you all seem.
well, that's what I'm saying. Because I don't know because you guys can get American shit over there, so obviously you can import.
Oh yeah,
foods with our stuff in it that we put in it that you don't allow yourselves. So I don't know if McDonald's imports all that shit or if they're just making it
No,
over
but
there.
they have to. They actually they're supposed to use the same recipe, but they have to use the products from the country that it's in.
But are they well because they put a lot of preservatives in their foods over here. So I don't know if they would put all that. So your McDonald's food might taste different. I don't know. It could. I don't know.
To be honest with you, I think their burgers taste like cardboard.
I don't mind McDonald's
Yeah,
if
well,
it's something quick and easy, but
Burger King is nicer because it's flame grilled rather than the way that
Hey,
yeah,
Justin,
electric grill.
like a
What's
grid.
that?
they just said that it just hit landfall, but it's north of Sarasota. It's like it's coming right up Tampa's back in.
Yeah, it's it looks like that's what it's gonna do, yeah. Oh shit, my mouse died. Plug my mouse back
You
in.
guys gonna be good, man?
I don't know. We'll see. Because that eye wall looks like it's gonna go through St. Petersburg
Right, that's what it says.
and
St.
skirt
Petersburg.
Tampa.
Well, I don't know if it's gonna
Yeah.
skirt. I think it's gonna come right to the south edge of Tampa. But you're just what? Just a little bit more inland from there.
Yeah, because if you see right here, and the eye wall's here right now, it's gonna come up through here and head towards us, and we're right here.
Wow.
So it's gonna be coming right by Lakeland.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's from what they've been saying, if you're within 40 miles of this eye wall, you're gonna feel the full force winds, and we're
Right.
within 40 miles of Lakeland. So
Yeah, that's what I tell folks. I mean, the eye wall, you'll get the damage or effects there, but a lot of times you're on those little outer bands. If you're just outside the eye wall, that's when you will catch a lot of full force of the winds that are whipping counterclockwise. And
how
you'll
you doing, Dusty?
You'll
Oh, sorry,
catch,
Dre.
no problem. You'll catch the front end of the storm, and then you'll catch the back end of it.
which is going in the opposite direction. Yeah.
Want to check in with Dusty. He's back in the chat. You doing all right, man? Because I know he was worried about flooding in his area
Yeah.
earlier.
So whereabouts in Tampa is Dobo then?
I don't know exactly where he lives offhand. I'm not sure his exact location.
But he's going to get hit by it no matter whereabouts. Yeah.
I know what
Dan
suburb
evacuated,
that
right?
Dan lives in, but I don't know about him.
Dan evacuated, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, Dan's
Yeah,
gone.
he's in Jacksonville.
Yeah,
Has he
well,
got family
Dobo,
there?
yeah, I had a report that Dobo didn't get out, so he's there for the storm.
Yeah.
Well, he
came,
could have left, but he decided to stay.
yeah. So, yeah, that's not something that unless you're guaranteed that you're very confident with the structure of your home and guaranteeing that you're not going to have storm surge, you don't really want to be there.
Exactly.
Well, since you do a lot of responding to emergencies, Trevor, do you find that a lot of people just are stupid and not that they're stupid, but are ignorant about how they put themselves in danger and think that it's just going to be, everything's going to be wonderful?
Yeah, we have the problem over here, and we're especially with bushfires and stuff like that. People aren't prepared for the what if it happens.
Yeah.
And they'll just literally leave it till the very last minute, and that's where most of the deaths occur. Is people that get stuck in the thick smoke, and actually can't find their way, and then they have the vehicle involved in a burnover, as to put it, where the fire front overtakes their vehicle. We had a case here back a number of years ago when we actually had the big bushfires in this town. The person had actually left it to about 10 minutes before the fire front actually hit, and they got stuck in the smoke and they actually hit a tree because they couldn't see where they were going.
Yeah.
Yet if they'd actually stayed home, their home was still standing.
Yeah. Other factors that come into play, Paul, is that there are a certain amount of people have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Next family is too far away, or they're unable to travel themselves. And then you have those people who just feel that they can't separate themselves from their belongings. Who just say, I'd rather ride it out and keep what I have instead of leaving and come. If fearful they come back, there won't be nothing there.
Hmm.
It's also
Yeah,
a financial thing too, right? You have to pay money if you want to go to another state and stay in a hotel.
That's what I'm saying. People are just
And then,
unable to travel. Yeah. And they have nowhere to go.
And then if you get stuck outside the storm, that can cost you more money. And
Mhm.
if you get stuck outside the storm damage for more days or possible weeks,
Right.
depending on how bad it is.
And like I said, when you have storms of this magnitude, they're going to most likely have some significant damage effects. This is why you may have a big shift in population. It's because with people who have left, some don't return. Just like in New Orleans, where Katrina happened, a lot of that population, or I should say, a significant segment of population, all went west to Houston, Texas, or that area, and they never returned back to New Orleans area.
Yeah, because
They
they
just
lost
set up
everything
shop
in,
there.
Right.
in the hurricane.
Right. They figured they lost everything from the reports of
Started over
flooding.
out there, right?
Right. So they just, like I said, they left and they just, I'm not going to go back. Not going to go back. So
that's why I hate when I see people in these chats
Mhm.
and they're like, "Oh, people are stupid for not leaving." It's like, dude, not everybody can just get up and leave.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
not. It'd be one thing if the state was like, we're going to give you a 1-week voucher to go to a hotel and we'll help you with your gas to get there. Then yeah, a lot of people would get up and go, but they don't do that.
Right. I said some people. I say some people have nowhere to go, and just traveling in a car may not have the financial ability to, like I say, sit up in a hotel for a week or two.
Right, exactly.
That's
And
why
even-
that's why I said earlier.
Even worse, they might not have a job to come back to get any more money either.
Yeah, well, that's all going to be a standstill. As far as whatever job you do, that's going to be at a standstill. Just like during COVID, it's like ain't any use trying to come into work because ain't no work going to get done until we figure out what's going on. There's very few businesses that operate, isolate themselves on just themselves. Everybody has to have some kind of community. I would say cohabitation. Even means, okay, you tell your people to come to work, but where do they go to eat lunch at? If all the businesses are shut down and serve food, where do they get the supplies for whatever you do for work? If all other businesses shut down, they bring your supplies in for paper products and everything else that you use in your business, or even fuel. Why go to work if there's no fuel?
It's a question of whether the place where you work is still standing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, even people think that, oh, I'm just going to go back to work. And go back to work to what? And do what?
Yeah, and usually, unless it's a big corporation that has a big infrastructure, like, if it was like Target or like, say, Walmart or Amazon, they might have you back to work pretty quickly because they have the means to bring in a lot of people. They might use you to help clean up or something like that. They'll find something for you to do. Where if it's a small business or even a small company, they're going to be SOL till they can get their insurance money and get shit back on track. So
It's a tough call. I mean, for as an individual, just leaving their property behind, it's a tough call and to make, and you know,
And and you can't really blame people for that neither. It's like, it's like you said, it's rough to just walk up and leave all your shit.
Yeah.
That's memories,
That's
it's not
if
like
you
you can
don't-
pack up all your whole house, and
If you don't
just
have
take everything.
insurance,
You know?
you don't
Well-
actually get paid any money.
Yeah, well, like I say, the insurance is one thing, but like I said, it's the memories that you never can replace, and that's
Right.
the one thing people really value the most is mementos, all that kind of stuff, pictures. That's why you always see people go back at the fires, and even this right here, you see them walking around. They ain't trying to collect up the refrigerator and the washer and dryer. They're just looking for pictures.
Right.
that
They're
they've
looking
had
for
from-
personal stuff.
personal stuff, that holds that personal value to them. They're not worried about the sofa and the beds and stuff. It's always that personal stuff that holds the real value.
Yeah, the stuff that's
I,
replaceable.
Right.
Right. Because I always understand the argument of, it's just material stuff. It can be replaced, but it's
Mhm.
easier said than done sometimes.
Oh yeah.
And I understand
yeah.
why people will do that,
Yeah.
And then you got the other thing too is people with pets.
Yeah.
Okay, the dog, cats, horses.
Fish tank.
Yeah,
the only
well,
The only thing I worry about,
You try
Justin,
moving a fish tank.
because Florida is a tropical environment and you got a lot of swamps and stuff, man. I just wonder how much of those gators and stuff like that just start roaming in areas they've never been seen before.
Oh yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I was like,
especially with water surges.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, dude, they'd be scared to go outside. I'm like, ain't no telling who or what you gonna run into.
Yeah, I mean, that's 100% true, though. I mean, that's how they get bull sharks in some of the freshwater lakes in Florida and even around the country from water surges.
Yeah,
because bull sharks can survive in fresh and salt water,
Mm.
and they found them as far as up in the Mississippi because
wow.
they've gotten into certain waterways and made their way up.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they get found all the time in lakes because of that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 100% a thing that happens. And bull sharks ain't to fuck with, man. They're worse than an alligator in the water. Those things are fucking aggressive as shit.
Oh, bull sharks you're talking about?
Yes, bull sharks are very aggressive, very territorial. Like everybody always thinks great whites are like this big thing, but there's sharks out there that are far more aggressive.
oh yeah.
But great whites obviously have that stigma because of Jaws and all the Hollywood hype around great whites. That's always been the shark that they've used in movies and stuff. So
yeah,
they tend to have a bigger hype around them.
They're probably one of the bigger sharks too. But if you want to keep the great whites away, just make sure you've got some killer whales in the area.
Or dolphins.
Or dolphins.
If dolphins are about, there will not be any sharks in the area.
No.
We've actually got a shark diving cage well south of us in a spot. It's a big tourist attraction. You can go down and dive in the shark cage and actually see the sharks floating around. And recently they had some dolphins move into the area, and they didn't see a shark for ages. It wasn't until the dolphins moved on that the sharks came back. So seems to be that some of the sharks are scared of dolphins for some unknown reason. I do not know why.
Well, I know
dolphins
that
will fuck a shark up.
Dolphins are very aggressive towards sharks. They will headbutt them.
Yeah.
Effectively. I mean,
Oh,
they
they'll
have
hunt
got,
sharks. They're
they
nuts.
have got teeth as well, but they tend to headbutt things to.
Oh yeah, dolphins are highly intelligent too. Probably one of the smartest,
Oh yeah.
well, at least mammals in the ocean that we know of.
I want a pet dolphin.
Like I said, there's tons of videos of people
TJ,
dropping shit in the water off of boats, and the dolphins go down and get it and hand it back to the people.
yeah.
Like they just know, hey, that's that person's phone that just fell in the
Yeah.
water. Let me give it back to them.
Watch the Hitchhiker's Guide
Even
to
though
the
it doesn't work
Sea.
anymore.
You'll realize how smart dolphins are then.
I said the Navy actually has a whole dolphin like thing that they'd have trainers that work with dolphins and they do underwater shit with mines, I think, and shit like that. And they still have
Mines, all kinds
they
of
still have I don't know what they would call it. I guess a group of them that I think are stationed out of Hawaii still to this day. And each dolphin has their own handler.
Called a school. A school. It's a school of dolphins.
No, I'm saying, but I don't know what the military term for their thing would be. I'm sure there's some kind of military term for it, what they would call them.
Unit. Mm-hmm.
All right, the eye is officially over St. Petersburg now.
Well, Justin, I'm going to let you carry on if you'd like to. Otherwise, I gotta get off of here. My back
You're
is
fine.
killing me.
I'll stay on for a little bit.
Okay, I'll make you the host. Then you can just shut it all down, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're now the host. Everybody, hey, thanks for being here. Like I said,
right,
my
Paul,
back
we'll
is
see you.
killing me. I
All
gotta
right,
go.
see you later, Paul.
Yeah, Paul.
We'll see ya.
Later.
Bye-bye.
Has it calmed down over there by you, TJ, or what?
Well, I think it was raining for a little bit, but I might peek my head out here in a little bit and see what was going on.
Now, do you have a shutter for your sliding glass door or no? Is there something that comes over your sliding glass
no,
door?
there's a shutter there too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got the fancy metal ones that come out of the wall, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are nice.
Yeah, those are very, very nice.
Oh, yeah, because if you have those on your house, you can go around and close those all up in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. The only one I don't have closed is the one in the kitchen window, just so I could look outside.
What do you just close them from inside or what?
Yeah, like the ones in the living room and the kitchen, well, in the dining room, I mean, the two in the living room you close from the outside, and the one in the dining room you close from the outside. And those sliding glass you can close from the outside, but the ones upstairs you have to close from the inside.
They just make them all inside.
Well,
no, because then your glass is outside them. But I take it you have to open the window to close the shutter behind you.
Yeah.
Rather than
I figured. Oh, I was saying I would just put like a little pulley system inside where you could just like turn a knob and close it.
Well, on the one window, like that's in the master bedroom, I got to reach my hand around just so I could pull the damn thing.
Just get electric roller shutters fitted over each window. Then you just press a button and they all come down.
Yeah, it looks like we're over St. Petersburg now. Dude, they have got to be getting slammed with fucking water right now. This dude's been showing the same damn. I don't think this dude knows anything.
Yeah.
He's been showing the same damn camera for the last 3 hours.
Like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep zooming in and out, but oh, here's what the storm's doing.
See what Ryan's looking at over here.
It's one of
That
those
said, the
things.
South Bridge was like 89 to 100 miles per hour winds.
Yeah, he probably doesn't want to go outside to check to see if it's still there or still blowing.
Yo, look at Venice, Florida. Look at that carport. It was fucking half
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least the people in the apartments like from that floor up are cool. I definitely want to be on that one of those top floors.
The only problem with being on the upper floors is most of the electrical infrastructure is down on the down in the basement. So you'd lose all that, and then you've also got the problem: how do you get out of the place afterwards?
Yeah, but most
So,
buildings here don't have basements, so even big ones like that. I don't know where they would put the shit, but most big buildings here, like when I worked for, at least in my area, when I worked for the gas company, we had buildings like this I would go to, and most of them didn't have basements.
yeah,
And usually that's because of the way the ground is here. I think it's like with the water table and all that, due
yes,
to the water table.
Everything's built on a concrete raft foundation.
Like this place probably still has power because their generator, I'm gonna probably assume is probably on the roof of the building.
yes.
I can almost bet. And obviously being there, if it's running off of natural gas, that doesn't matter if that's underwater. That's not going to affect it. Because that whole
Yeah, when you-
building was still running power, so all their shit must be on the roof.
Well, when you were actually saying about all the tornadoes and etc., that's the one time you actually need a tornado shelter.
Yeah, true.
That'll be a good weekend job for you. Dig yourself a small tornado shelter.
Yeah, but you end up just having a swimming pool.
Yeah,
Water-
well,
the water table's too high.
there is ways of doing that. You had to, you dig down and you concrete, but you've got to do the concrete pour all in one hit.
Yeah, but you've still also got the problem that the water will push the concrete upward.
We had a new build service station built here in town, and they actually dug the hole and they were constantly pumping water out of it. Right up until the day they actually concreted, and they got the concrete all down, and that hasn't shown any sign of lifting. That's actually the new way that they actually put the tanks in the what's like a swimming pool underground, and then actually build up and over the top, so that they can guarantee that the no petroleum products will actually seep into the ground.
Yeah,
But
they're encased in concrete here as well. Yeah.
yeah. So there'd be ways of doing it, but I don't think it would be that cheap.
Yeah. I mean, our water table's far enough down for it not to really matter. But then again, we're 300 feet above sea level, so
yeah.
Yeah, most of the big buildings here, the multi-story buildings like that, when I'd go to them, they would have these huge utility rooms that all the electrical and all that would run into. And they were always on the ground level, the
Yeah.
first floor. And they would have these massive utility rooms that they would open up. Sometimes the gas lines would be running through there as well, and we'd go in there and check right inside the utility room just to scan in there, make sure they didn't have any leaks in there.
Yeah, it's one of those things when they build buildings, they've got to take into account a lot of things these days. Them being earthquake resistant to a certain degree, being extreme weather resistant, so that they can withstand quite a sizable force of wind. I know up in Queensland, if you actually build a building, it's now got to be rated for a Category 5 cyclone or above. So yeah, they've made that a major requirement, but unfortunately, there's a lot of places that you'd be lucky if some of the buildings could actually withstand a Category 2 cyclone, or Category 2 hurricane in your case. We call them cyclones.
Well, we were talking about that earlier. Cyclones is technically the scientific term the scientific community would use. I guess we just adopted the name hurricanes over here. I don't know where it
Yeah.
originated from, that nickname for it, because it's more of a nickname than the actual term for it, I would say.
Yeah. But you'd have to be very unlucky if you actually got another one this season.
Well, back in 2005, I think they got hit by three of them, three major ones within a month, back to back. There's a lot of people were out of power for like months because of that. It was every time they started cleaning up, another one came in within like a week or so later, and then boom. I want to say it was 2005 or 2006. Brenda might know. She's still in the chat. She would know what I'm talking about. It was way before I moved here, but I think it was around 2005. Dude, Venice is getting hit hard. Punta Gorda is too.
That's where my mom's gonna be moving over to soon.
She might be able to get a property cheap now.
Well, she already built her house and everything, so.
Dude, he raised his relief goal from 150,000 to 250,000. He's at $221,000 raised during this live stream already. That's a lot of money, man.
Yeah, that is a lot of money.
You know, earlier he had almost 330,000 people watching his stream.
Oh, the guy
let's
that's
see.
on the guy that's on
Yeah.
here right now.
Let's see how many he has right now. Hold on. He's got 422,000 people watching, bro. Look at that.
Holy shit!
With 157,000 likes.
Damn.
Holy shit. Even
That's
some of the
crazy.
big channels, I've seen channels with 10 million, almost double the subs he has, doing a live stream without even half of that viewership. That's crazy. That's a lot of fucking people.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you can only wish for that, the dream of that, Justin, for your channel.
Dude, that's fucking. He's good though. I mean, look at the money he makes. So, I mean, and he donates a lot of money to go to the victims, and obviously he does, and he has guys all on the ground. Like not all, obviously some of these are cameras, but he does have 2 or 3 guys that go out and drive these different areas, and then he talks to them as they're driving around. They'll contact them and you'll get to hear him talking to them while they're out driving and stuff. So he's got people on the ground. He's got another meteorologist that works with him. I mean, and what I'd said is I actually like his channel better than any of the mainstream ones because you don't have a bunch of commercials. He's constantly just on point. As soon as something comes out, he's updating you, telling you what's going on. Like earlier, everybody in his chat was complaining. They were like, you know, we're watching all these other news stations, and I started watching them too. And all they were covering was just a surge in Tampa. They weren't covering any of the tornadoes, nothing. He was covering everything. You know, he was going through everything on the list. All right, let's see what this tornado's doing. Let's hop over here and look at the storm surge. Let's go back over here. Where a lot of the mainstream media, they were just covering one thing and that was it. You know, let's get our reporter out there to stand in the 100-mile-an-hour wind so we can get 20 minutes of shots of him screaming into the microphone talking about water surge. You know?
Yeah, well, our News 24, which is our ABC channel here in Australia,
Hey, I'll see you guys in the morning.
had one of your
All right, TJ, be safe, man.
One of your weather people actually reporting back as to how bad it was and being blown like there's no tomorrow out in the street. You've obviously got people talking to the worldwide media over there, but they did actually have a lot of coverage of the tornadoes that were touching down. I saw a lot of those on the screen earlier. At the moment, they're in they're doing all the local news stuff or the Australian news stuff because we've got a bit going on here today. Yeah, they had a lot of coverage this morning of where it was planned to hit, and they cross-lighted as well. Weather presenter, who I thought was absolutely stupid for him to actually be covering it from out in the. Well, you could say, yeah, by all means, be on the spot, but from a nearby building, etc., filming out onto the street, not getting blown away yourself. That's just stupidity.
Brenda says her garage door weighs over 250 pounds and is rocking like crazy right now.
Yep.
And then Dusty said Punta Gorda lost power, the whole city.
Well, the last news report we actually had in regard to power outages you guys actually had was nearing up to 150k out. So there's 150,000 homes without power. So that's a lot of people that don't have power.
Well, earlier when Andrew was on, he was watching the news, I think on his phone, and they had gone up to 300 and some thousand.
Yeah.
Because earlier today, when the storm first started hitting, probably about 4 hours ago, 4 or 5 hours ago, or about 4 hours ago, it was right before Paul started. They were up to like 60,000, and then Andrew came on about an hour or so after Paul started, and it jumped up to 300 and some thousand. At least from what he said, I haven't seen it myself, but that's what he told me that the news was saying.
Yeah, when you got
look at this idiot in the car. You see that?
Yeah.
Fucking morons. Yeah. Like, where are you even going right now? Why are you even outside?
And why are you driving in in flooded waters? You don't know what. You can't see where the road is. So, for all you know, there could have been a big gaping hole open up in the road.
Well, like I said, why are you even outside right now? That's what I want to know. Like, there's no reason for you to even be out in your car, like you said, let alone driving in that shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Look, people are so stupid. I don't get it.
Unfortunately, there is a fair few people that actually do it to put out stuff on social media.
What's up, JDS?
so
How's it going, man?
we had a case with a guy that nearly became a charred ember because he got in front of a fire front to try and get the footage to broadcasting live on YouTube. He was very disappointed when we didn't save his camera. We saved him, but not his camera. But yeah, it's people like that they put their lives at risk and the lives of the emergency services at risk to try and get them out, just so that they can actually get a top shot for YouTube or Facebook or whatever, and be the top guy that was there. Yeah, it's a real pain in the neck.
I mean, JDS, it's possible that they could be homeless, but there's tons and tons of shelters that they could have went to instead of driving around in that shit. I mean, even a parking garage would be better to be in than anything. I mean, actually, a parking garage would probably be pretty safe because those are all reinforced concrete. I mean, that's what I would do. You go, if I was homeless in my car, I would find a parking garage, get up to the third or fourth story of it, depending on how tall it was. Try to get up to the tallest story, obviously not on the very top, but you say it's 4 stories, go up to the third story, you park your car and just sit in there.
The only problem with parking garages is they're normally open.
I mean,
On
that's
all
true
sides.
too, but
So therefore the wind would actually would be coming straight through, and it looks like they're about to lose power to that building. That
oh yeah, you see that?
wow,
Yeah, that shit
that
is
is
flickering like crazy. Looks like a damn Christmas light show.
I take it as to say that the water's reached a point where it's just started to get to the transformer
Electrical.
down there, the electrical system down in the ground floor or wherever it's hidden, and it's
Yep, there it goes.
yeah, there it goes. So add one more building with a power outage. Yeah, they might have been running on generator, but even if the generator's on the roof, the power cable's still got to come back to where it feeds into the building, which is normally the ground, normally down the bottom. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
The house has never let us down. That's a pretty heavy door too, Brenda, for it to be rattling that hard. So I'd imagine you probably got a pretty hefty door on there. 250 pounds ain't light.
Yeah, with something like that, the best thing you can actually have is the ability to bolt it down. So once it's closed, if you know there's a storm coming, you put some extra latches in to keep it from coming free.
But there are plenty of shelters too, JDS. So, I mean, just in my county alone, there's probably over 30 or 40 shelters easy because they use a lot of the schools as shelters. But still, you shouldn't be driving around like you really
Definitely.
should be trying to find a spot, like I said, safe that you can park.
He's got to go outside, but he won't go. He's not going to go.
Well, then you can.
Have you still got power, Justin?
Yeah, for the moment, yeah. No, otherwise I wouldn't be on here right now.
I thought you would have one of the nice little DJI 1000 power banks.
Yeah, I don't have any generators or anything. Those things are fucking expensive, dude. Just a little basic ass generator, you're talking $600-700.
Yeah, well, we've got a small 2 kVA that goes with the vehicle, and we've just added a DJI 1000 power supply for recharging the drone and stuff like that. Because I got sick and tired of every you go and do the flight to actually in a search area, and then you relocate to another spot. Every time you relocate, you've got to stop the generator, put it back in the vehicle, etc. Proceed off to the next spot, and then you've got to set the generator back up. It was just so much of a pain. So we've got the DJI 1000 coming, which will sit in the back of the vehicle, and that can literally charge all our devices and stuff like that. And I won't have to worry about shutting it down each time I move from point A to point B. And I won't have to worry about Zip starting the blasted thing. I'm sure these little generators are actually sold by fitness places as a way to actually keep fit. With the amount of pulls you've actually got to do to get some of them to start.
What do you mean I can't get to them, JDS? You got 2 days you can get to a shelter before the storm even hits. They were even giving free Uber rides to shelters if you didn't have the means to get there. All you had to do was put in the code Milton, I think it was. I think they actually used the name of the hurricane. You just called Uber on the app and you put that code in and the state paid for it. And they'll take you right to a shelter in your area. Yeah, I hope so too, JDS. Because the one that hit fucking, and it wasn't even really a hurricane when it hit North Carolina, but fuck, man, dude. There's a couple hundred people dead, I think, already, and there was still a couple, like, total, I think at one time there was 600 people missing. I don't know if those numbers have changed, but I haven't really been watching it the last couple days because I've been more focused on this, but
yeah, one of the biggest problems is a lot of people got mobile phones and stuff like that would have gone flat, and then you can't get in contact with people. If they were to go and report all of those people as being probable deaths, you'd probably go up. Probably at the beginning of the event, probably had 5,000 odd people, and then it dwindles down as people are able to get in contact. But yeah, it's a hard one because you don't know whether they were actually caught up in the storm or whether they actually found safety.
I wonder if Uber was only doing one ride per household. Because if not, I wonder if some of these Uber drivers like, I'll take you one at a time. Just keep calling for me. Just fucking taking one family member at a time to the shelter.
But the shelters would have to be good because they'd have to be above ground, enough above ground so not to have the storm surge problem, and also be very well built to make sure you don't actually have the problems with the winds from this event. And I think that would probably be why they actually called for so many people to be evacuated from the area, because of the fact that they'd probably be limited on places that they could put these people.
Well, and they would have to know from previous storms too, does this area flood? Because obviously you're not going to want to have a shelter in an area that's prone on flooding too.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's a lot. I mean, those shelters cannot always be a safe place. But I know that a lot of them put them in like a lot, like I said, a lot of the buildings around here, especially like the big industrial type buildings, they tend to be a lot of concrete. So that's why they tend to use a lot of schools for that, because they're very strong buildings. Like even the new apartment complexes that they built down the road from our house, there are four or five stories tall. And when they were building them, dude, like all the walls, everything, it just looked like big concrete pillars when they were building it. Like all the walls, everything was just solid concrete all the way up. Because the buildings looked really funny before they put all the siding and the windows in. I mean, just everything was just a big solid concrete tubes. And then they put all the siding and windows on. So those buildings, those type of buildings ain't going to go anywhere.
Well, one would
Those
hope they
buildings would
don't
be able
go
to.
anywhere.
Well, I mean, if those type of buildings blow down, and something fucking went horribly wrong.
Well, we've got a 3-story high fire watch tower that they built up the top of the hill for us to watch out for fires, and that was built with cinder blocks, and they put reinforcing inside the cinder blocks and filled that up with concrete. So they can guarantee that building ain't going to go anywhere. But yeah, that the building codes changed over the years to actually accommodate for big storms and stuff like that. I know if you're actually building a new home in our town near the coastline, you've actually got to build it a certain height above ground level. So you've literally got to build your block of land up to meet the requirement to be a certain height above the highest high tide that you could possibly get.
Let's see here.
Now, don't forget to put the big floodlight on so that Milton knows where to come to.
I don't need to. It seems to be tracking me just fine. See, what is so the winds dropped down 5 miles an hour. They were 120. Now they're 115.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Saying they're
gonna
supposed to be 90 when they hit me around 90 to 100 roughly. Looks
Yeah.
like somewhere in there.
See, when you look at it, it's the case that the now that it's actually hit landfall, it will start losing its energy.
Well, it's supposed to maintain a 1 all the way to the east side and then start really losing its strength once it starts heading north. Because it was still showing a 1 out here. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I said, but this storm has been doing some weird shit, so it's hard to say.
If you zoom back out again, I think you can see where it's going to go. Just go out one click, I think it is. There was see the you've got the blue dot, and you've got the little patch there. That was the tropical low that's partly forming, and that's what it's tracking towards. It's trying to get to that. And
Yeah, right
so
here.
that will, yeah. So that's the big driving force. It's trying to move towards another low barometric pressure, and that will be that tropical low. So that'll be the big guiding force once it's actually gone through you, that it will definitely start tracking straight towards that. But I don't think it will re-intensify. I think it will actually kill that patch out quite nicely.
Yeah, they were showing a one about right here, and then it would start going and just do a tropical storm again, and then obviously it's going to start going up
Yeah.
into the colder area. So
It'll just be a mild sea breeze by the time it gets here.
pretty much.
Oh, we can spin it back up if you want. Doesn't UK need a good blowout?
It's not going to make much difference over here anyway. Just another
Yeah,
day.
you guys don't have a lot. You guys don't have a lot of hot air over there at the moment.
No, David's gone to bed.
What do you mean he's gone to bed?
Well,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
2:30 in the morning.
yeah. I forgot we've had daylight savings cut in over here, and you guys went back the other way as well. So yeah,
Yeah, we
I
went
didn't take.
backwards.
Yeah.
You go forwards. Yeah.
Yep. We got the daylight savings. The curtains are going to fade now, and all that nasty stuff that daylight savings causes.
I've just come outside for a cigarette and I can hear hedgehogs.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off then for the evening, and so I can keep an eye on some stuff before it gets in our area.
Yeah, stay safe.
Anyway, I will maybe catch you guys tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
And no kite surfing.
Yep, no kite surfing. Exactly.
Definitely.
But
stay safe.
Yep. And
Yeah.
everybody in the chat, we will catch you hopefully tomorrow. But like I said, we'll see how it goes. And everybody in Florida, stay safe, and we'll see you guys again next time.